Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Hey, 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 hey. We play hard, work smart, I busy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna lose? Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it, go hit a full split. Tear up the floor, go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion, I don't need vixen. But I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1 Open Finals. My name is Husky again. Yes, I know, same event, different game, but what's more important is I'm Grace, the one and only Terrence, IC Baby 1-2, one of our coveted MPL English casters. How are you doing?
What's up? I'm feeling pretty good as well, and I hope you guys at home are enjoying yourself as well. And once, of course, happy Valentine's to you.
Happy Valentine's.
Yeah, we're a little bit sad because we won't be celebrating outside. We'll be celebrating here with you guys watching at home. And of course, if you guys are watching at home and needs a couple of pickup lines, you can always DM him on Instagram and try it out yourself before you actually try it out on your crush that you actually want to like, or maybe, you know, test it out. You know, time's still ticking. You can still try it out.
Yeah, we have a couple of hours left. With less than 5 hours.
Yeah, less than 5 hours, you can still ask out your crushes out. And if you want a pickup line, I know a pretty good one here.
Right.
Do you know why I'm the most handsome assassin in this game?
Ooh. Right. Why?
Because I lance a lot.
Okay, I'll
See,
give it.
it works. It's pretty good. No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the target, but it's not bad.
See that? Yeah, you gotta try something like
It's
that.
not
Here,
bad, it's
you,
not
you can go for a Mobile Legends team, etc. and whatever. Comment down in the comment section because without your help or whatever thing here, help a person, help us out. We're probably single and available, and we need some of your advices here if you wanna, ask a girl out in game.
Yeah, don't worry. I celebrated my Valentine's early in the police station
You don't.
last week.
Oh
so-
wait, what? Huh?
Yeah, I did. Got into a car crash. Was very unlucky.
Damn.
But it was a great Valentine's experience. All I'm saying is that everyone has a different experience, and if you are here watching the live stream, I can promise you it will be a great experience because we have 12 amazing MLBB teams about to go up against each other, in a double elimination bracket format. But most importantly is to be able to qualify to the next stage, which is the challenge stage. We'll go through all the format in just a bit, but all you need to know is that we have a lot of Mobile Legends action coming up.
Exactly. When it comes to Mobile Legends here, I know you guys are extremely excited here because there is so much to talk about in terms of the current patch, and rumor has it as well. So far, there's just so much esports ecosystem in terms of the meta and shift here. M4 is one of the biggest examples where you can actually relate towards the meta heroes, etc. And I can tell you for a fact that the meta hasn't exactly shifted yet, only for this week because there is an upcoming huge major patch that is going to be coming next week. So all those teams, they do, especially for today itself, that wants to make it into as a challenge stage or the open finals, they gotta step it up, especially for today because they've got a lot of homework coming for next week.
Yeah, and I think it's about time, right? When the open final eventually finishes and we head towards the challenge stage, you have a new hero, R-Lot, that's coming up, a new major patch. I actually went through some of it, pretty interesting as well. And I do like the fact you brought up how M4 define one of our the current meta heroes and what we always go for, because right after M4, I hit Mythic.
Congratulations. That's
Thank
a very, very important one here as well. And Glory is going to be the next target for you for sure.
It is.
And of course, when it comes to the meta shifters as well, the playstyles here, I like for a fact that now, Snapdragon Pro Series here is our first time ever, the first season for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We also have other game titles for Free Fire, for Brawl Stars as well, which you guys, especially for the fans as well, watching at home, that's interested in mobile gaming, this is the place to be watching out for as well. And in case for those managers or potential organizations that's looking out for potential up-and-coming rising star, this is the place to be watching as well. And who knows, you guys got to be supporting your favorite players and teams as well. And I'm pretty confident as well, the people that's watching at home are most likely either their family members or their girlfriends that are pretty mad at their boyfriends that they have to be playing here in this tournament. So.
There's money on the line, man. I mean, if I have a chance to earn some cash, some cold hard cash, on Valentine's Day, I think it's a fair trade. Valentine's Day is forever. Cash is temporary.
Yeah. What do you mean? Your girlfriend is going to be so mad if you don't win your game today and don't buy her a brand new phone by the end of the entire tournament. They're going to be in some trouble. There's going to be hearts broken.
You know
by
what
the end
they
of the
say,
day.
right? Like you miss every shot you don't take. You gotta play the game first. Winning and losing is part and parcel of competition. But if you don't play it from the beginning, you're not gonna have a chance. If you don't take the chance, you're not gonna have money. You can't take off for a date. It's the same result. You're just taking a bigger round and hopefully to avoid not having money.
I swear to God, the amount of things that's coming out of his mouth, it's just so unbelievable. How about let's make it short here? There's 1,000 million overfishes in the sea. I'm the Sigma right here. If he breaks up with you, bye-bye. Thank you. Next.
I mean, to be very very fair to all the players playing, the good thing is that the teams that are playing, not only are from Malaysia, we have teams from different regions as well. From Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Philippines, and on top of that, we also have teams that you don't normally see in the MPL league, right? Because we have the tier 2, tier 3 teams, which is very great because you mentioned already, organizations can look to scout new players for future seasons. You just have so many untapped potentials in the competitive level. But before we talk about all that, we gotta take a look at the format just to get you guys a good idea of how this works. And I know Snapdragon Pro Series fans probably are familiar with this, but just bear with me. We have 4 stages of how this works. For Mobile Legends, we start with the open qualifiers. Now, there are 2 different open qualifiers, and each open qualifiers consists of 4 regional qualifiers. And for each regional qualifiers will have one winner. So all the winners from each regional qualifiers will qualify to the Open Finals, which means we have 8 teams from the very beginning. Now the second and third placing from each regional qualifiers will also, the 8 teams that won first actually goes to the challenge stage.
Yep.
The second and third place goes to the Open Finals, which is where we're at right now.
Exactly. Today we're going to be watching some of the second and third place from each region battle it out for their final spot to actually make it in the challenge stage. So the 16 teams will be going through a double elimination format today itself, and also the following upcoming days, which is tomorrow and the day after, where they fight for the top 8 spots to actually qualify for the Open Challenge final stages. And this is where things get extremely exciting, because this is going to be a completely new bracket for all of them, where they also need to play for a double elimination format where the top 4 teams will qualify to the challenge final. So this is a long process. It's a completely different format compared to the usual league formats that we are used to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It means more opportunities, more money on the line, and just more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action. Just remember this, by the end of tonight, we will get the remaining 8 teams that will join the winners of the regional qualifiers in that challenge stage already. But what are they fighting for? Of course, it's money. It's Valentine's Day. You gotta get some cash for yourselves. For the first place, the winner of the Open Finals, you walk away with $2,000 US.
Exactly. For all the girlfriends or boyfriends who's supporting your friends out at home, these are the prize pools that they are fighting on the line for you guys today if they win. If they do not win, well, they still have at least about 500 if they are all the way down bottom 8th place. But even that, they still have to fight for the seeding itself. Yes, that Husky did mention as well. First place is going to walk in with $2,000. Second place 1.6. Third place 1.4. Fourth 1.2. 900, 900, 500, 500. These are only 8 places here. And of course, this has been allocated for this finals itself.
Yeah, and if you guys are just curious, the teams that won regional qualifiers, do they also win prize pool? Yes, they do. All of those 8 teams also walked away with $2,000 US. So it's just fair game for everyone else. But this is the Open Final stage. Only 8 teams will walk away. So as long as the teams survive this evening, they will get at least $800 US. This are the results from yesterday's round of 16. We actually played round of 16 yesterday off broadcast. As you can see, for the upper brackets, at least Evo 2-0, MG 2-0, GLAB 2-0, GameLab 2-0, and of course, at the end of it, DR also lost 0-2 to AES.
Yep, and today's match is going to be a pretty exciting one. So there is still more matches as well from yesterday's game. We have TEZ with 2-1 against Impunity, which is kind of surprising because Impunity has been a staple name in the industry. So I'm not exactly sure about the current rosters and how the changes has made since M4. It might be a completely new roster, but that is going to be something that we are going to be talking about in the upcoming days, whether or not if they qualify to the later stages. But this is also going to be the lower brackets currently for yesterday's matches.
Yeah, and we have eliminated 4 teams out of the 16 already. So Envy is out, DR, Impunity, and RBL Rebellion all have been eliminated from the Open Finals because this was the lower bracket yesterday. We're left with 12. And by the end of today, 4 more teams will go. Let's take a look at today's bracket.
Yep, that's going to be yesterday's results. And for today, for the first time ever, we're going to be broadcasting some of these games on screen for you guys to watch and support your favorite teams. This is going to be the brackets for today. We have Evo Esports Miracle Gaming on top of the upper brackets. GameLab ALVA 8, Sway Esports, TUPAI Esports Z, PBN Strike, Error 404. These are going to be your top 8 in the upper brackets, whereas on the bottom, it is going to be Goodfellas, Tiger Wong Esports, BUTWHY, as well as Team RENO. Going to be waiting for the losers on the upper brackets to be battling out their spots to qualify into the finals.
Yeah, and just to give you guys a good idea of what is happening, the upper bracket games will be played concurrently. We will only be broadcasting one of the best of 3s on broadcast, and after all the upper brackets have been played, then we will look at one of the lower brackets. So we will be focusing on both Team Evo against MG for the upper bracket, and later on for the lower bracket, we will look at GF versus the losers of one of the upper bracket series.
Exactly. Evo as well as MG. Evo representing from Laos and Miracle Gaming representing from Malaysia / Singapore. So we have a mixture of players going to be combining the team as well. This is very interesting as well because we are so used to region lock kind of concepts for MPL and etc. But at the same time, we are starting to see influxes of imported players into the team to try and bring a new variety of gameplay where things will get a little bit spicier, a little bit more experience. And I really want to see some really good Mobile Legends Bang Bang, especially when it comes to their flavor, strategy, as well as their style.
Yeah, I think when we look at the region of Indonesia and Philippines, it's a very good example, right? A lot of imports are starting to come in. And, you know, this is Asia Pacific. basically have a regional Mobile Legends tournament, even though you don't see the biggest of names. But at the end of the day, because the ecosystem is so huge, I'm pretty sure we're going to get some really, really good games.
Exactly, and especially for today, you know, it's great to see some of these up-and-coming potential rising stars. And funny enough as well, we might see a potential star in the making in this entire journey for the Snapdragon Pro Series. And what a better way to be witnessing it here with you, Husky.
Absolutely. I mean, even in other installments of different game titles for SPS, we have seen teams that win the challenge stage go on to win a world title. So it's definitely not impossible. Everything starts from this one step. But I think when we look at what is about to unfold, we gotta take a look at the team and their respective lineup. Let's take a look at what EVO has in store for us in terms of their players. And here they are on your screen with Opper, Your Name, Flash1, Biston, and Zanri.
Well, interesting enough, I actually know one of the players in this screen as well. We have Opper, Your Name, Zanri, all the way from IDNS, now going to be standing in, or potentially in a new roster, going to be playing for EVO Esports. This is, I don't know, it's interesting to see him actually playing here. So we are going to be seeing a little bit of glimpse of a pro play up in this upcoming match.
It's good to know, and then there's kind of a storyline for us to follow, right? We have that experience. Maybe this is the leader that the team is looking for. So EVO Esports, right off the bat, giving us a pretty good impression. All thanks to your knowledge. Now we might get more insight as we talk about the series in more extent. But just judging by a team having someone who is formerly from a pro team, I think it would give them an edge, but we're going to check out their opponents first.
It's going to be scary, especially for Zanri as well, because they were almost made it to M4 in previous qualifiers during their MENA qualifiers. But at the same time, this is going to be Miracle Gaming, represented from both Malaysia/Singapore. We have Prime Hashi, Zukarian, Shiro, Soul Satoru, as well as Miracle Gaming MY. So he is pretty much the leader and owner of the team for now. I guess that's pretty obvious, right? The tank is the boss.
Right.
He's got to lead the charge. He's got to take charge of command. He's got to make sure which fight they should be picking off. So this is going to be a pretty steep uphill for them. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Honestly, I think this is also the first time that I've seen a player or potentially an owner, right, just put the team name as the IGN. I've never seen this before, but maybe it is one of the ways to kind of lift your spirits up, right? Just show everyone who's boss. And the fact that you don't know as much about them as any other team out there might give them an advantage. This is the beauty of all these, third-party tournaments. You just get to see so much more.
You know what's really interesting here? Next time, we probably in Season 2, we will have Team Husky coming up in the tournament itself. That will be a really nice one. But of course, up on screen, we will see a beautiful, beautiful moment where you get to take a look at our faces. And when you look at our faces here, you can see that he's extremely flabbergasted and shy. That he is attracted to me for this Valentine's Day. Yeah.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. See,
yes.
I caught him off guard.
You're welcome.
Thank
but,
you. That's how you shamelessly approach a girl.
Thank you.
And, ask her out. And then if they get an awkward response, you either walk away or ask for her number.
Just don't follow advice word by word. That is going to land you in prison for a night. But what you can do tonight is actually drop your match prediction in the chat below. If you're watching this on Twitch, do it right now. Tell us who you think is going to win, right? We have 2 series today. We start out with Team EVO against Miracle Gaming. So if you know any of these players, show your support in the chat.
Exactly. They are going to be playing a best of 3 series. So you comment down your predictions as well. Is it going to be 2-0? Is it going to be 2-1? Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Miracle Gaming? Or is it going to be the EVO Esports? So that's going to be something as well. But let's take a look at what we think of the prediction here. It seems like I will be supporting on Team EVO and he's going to be the Miracle here. And this is where things get a little spicy.
Yeah, we have always had clashing opinions since we started working. But I like it, I like to be proven
We're
right.
not biased.
But I also like to be proven wrong. I think at the end of the day, being proven right means that I understand the team enough. But if I get proven wrong, it means that there's so much more for me to learn. In fact, I was looking at stats from the top 16 matches, and I happened to notice that there are some less popular picks. I think Khalid was one of the heroes that was picking the matches, even though it ended up with a loss. Maybe it's something that we can expect.
And of course, there is just so much to talk about when it comes to the playstyles here. And for me, the best of 3 is all about understanding and adapting playstyles, right? Best of 1, there is, because it's the first time, there is a possibility they lose a couple games here and there. That's why I'm just going for 2-1 on ours. I'm betting on Zanri for this match.
It's fine, right? I mean, you and I debuted at Mobile Legends. We did the M series, the very first M series together.
Oh,
And-
yeah, you're right. M1.
And,
That's
yeah,
like so
and
many
we
years
witnessed
ago.
one of the best of threes in the group stage. If memory serves for long-time Mobile Legends fans, 10-second gaming plus, the region of Japan, so long ago. But best of threes, this is what long series gets us, right? Maybe today is one of it. Obviously, as a talent, I want to see it go the distance. Production might have a different approach to that, but if by the end of the day we are going to see some teams getting eliminated, we might as well see them fight until the end.
Exactly. What about you guys watching at home? What do you guys think? How? Please comment down in the Twitch segment as quickly as possible. We are live on multiple platforms, but we will only accept your answers from the Twitch chat. So better switch it up right now and search up Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL for this itself, because we are going to be jumping straight in the game, and this is going to be an interesting draft, because I'm curious, is blue pick priority a big issue, or is it going to be a red priority coming from both teams?
Yeah, from what I've observed, it really feels like if you are on red side, you feel a bit more pressure to take out certain heroes, right? Like carry has been one of the biggest pain in the backside for a lot of teams, from the pro level to to your normal rank games, and perhaps this is one of it. Although the main difference is that you get 5 bans in a competitive setting, which is so much more lenient. But I'm looking at being on blue side having a bit more advantage. I don't know if you agree with that.
I think in terms of banning, yes, for sure. Especially if when it comes to you understanding your opponent's hero pools and towards comfort picks, right? Your opening 3 bans can be focused on objectifying. It's just shutting down what they're not comfortable with or comfortable with, instead of focusing on meta. But if you're going for just meta bans, I feel like blue side is on a disadvantage rather than red side.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because I always feel like how I see it is, if you're on red side, you are pressured to ban out prior picks that blue side would take as first pick. But I do understand that you can't really just blind pick certain heroes, right? That would be a big problem, so there is an argument to that. But we are seeing 2 really common opening bans, no 1-1, no Hayabusa, nothing out of the ordinary for now. But we also get the joy being taken out.
I'm just surprised with the Hayabusa pickup, considering that there are just so many much more better junglers here. Mortis is just such a staple broken hero to a certain degree, where you can play jungle, you can play XP, you can play tank. Even though we don't see too much on the tank side, there is still XP Mortis in terms of flexibility roles. Because when it comes to drafting here, especially for first opening picks, you want to be as flexible as possible when it comes to your drafts. This is where Fredrin is in a very interesting position. It's not the most broken hero, it's annoying, but because of how versatile it can be contributing into the team fight, it's great. Glue, great bans coming from Miracle Gaming, love it, hate it. Tank, but you can solo kill anybody as a roamer, which is disgusting for early
actually one of the strongest tanks we have
as of yet.
I mean, some people play it in XP, not the most ideal, but you get the idea, right? It's just so much damage and tankiness. The Valentina getting a ban out next, so the Fredrin is open, right? A very flexible pick, XP jungle. Though I do remember he's more played in the jungle. It's one of the picks that won Echo M4 as well. I'm curious to see if Miracle Gaming would use it as a priority pick.
Yep, as of yet, carry is pretty much up in the opening as well. It's a pretty safe first pick coming from Miracle Gaming if they decide to go for it, unless they're holding up for potential Beatrix, which is also a very decent amount of marksman. It's not exactly the greatest as of yet, but it contributes a lot in terms of team fight CCs, especially of taking objectives. But Miracle Gaming, they skip the carry, they pick the Fredrin instead. This pretty much opens up for Evo Esports to actually pick up the carry for themselves, which is a great hero to just deal with carry or deal with the Fredrin in general.
Deal with tanks in general, right?
Yeah, all tanks just completely get shredded.
But I do think that it makes a bit more sense to go for Fredrin opener, just because that now you leave the 2 prior marksmen and only one can go through anyways. It gives you priority for a Beatrix, let's say, if carry goes through. But Evo decides to just skip the carry first phase, at least for the first 2 picks. It's a Farmis, it's a Lapu Lapu. So basically we get to see, a very skeleton of the draft.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of Farmis in terms of in
not
the current
the opening,
patch, right? Like as an opening, yeah, understandable. It is flex. There are some teams that actually play it as mage role. There are some teams that play it as a support role, which I honestly think it's not exactly that great, right? Because the emphasis of this hero is not longer on his cult altar compared to back in the days.
Right.
Now, in this current patch, it requires a very high skill gap where you need to take advantage of the Shadow Stampede more rather than the cult altar in terms of team fights potential. So I feel like it's super risky. But I know Xandri, he's played it before, he's got experience, he can pull it off. Miracle Gaming, pretty straightforward response. They're off to completely shred through the temp armor hit or temp HP coming from the Cult Altar as a reactionary, but it feels like this pretty much locks down Miracle Gaming's draft, where the Dirok is going to be going to the jungle.
But I also feel like this is Miracle Gaming giving us a sign that they are looking for incredibly strong laners, right? Dyrov, very, very has self-sustenance. Fredrin as well. We have this Edith, which is just absolutely menaced to deal with as a roamer. And Evo Esports going for a very defensive approach, right? We see the farm base, and now you put the Estes in. I guess it's a comp that allows to peel right back, but now I'm starting to worry, how is the laning going to go? We haven't seen the marksman getting picked up just yet, so there is still options for both Beatrix and Carry, but Evo Esports seems to be a bit more reactive to what Miracle Gaming is drafting.
Yeah, I think Evo Esports, they're putting all their eggs in the basket in the Lapu Lapu that just completely shut down the back lines, right? Like, it's great in terms of cutting off squishy heroes and diving back lines, but against Miracle Gaming's composition, it doesn't really matter as of yet. But the only problem I'm worried right now for Miracle Gaming is that how does this Edith fit in the composition for Miracle Gaming? Roaming-wise, it's not exactly great. CC-wise, it's kind of slow as well compared to those potential hard lockdowns like maybe a Kufra, maybe even a Lolita, maybe even Arkai to a certain degree, which I feel like it gives you an upper edge in terms of getting the first hand jump initially, which I honestly think that this will put Miracle Gaming in an awkward spot. Evo Esports playing the dragged out game. I feel like it's risky playing for that 5 strategy, rather 4-1 strategy, maybe 5 strategy, whereas Miracle Gaming, they can just go for a 4-1.
I do feel the same as well. I think in this case, Edith is most likely the roamer, right? It just makes a bit more sense. But I still also think that there is a potential to, if Miracle Gaming wants to be a bit more adventurous, you put that Dyrov in the XP lane just to be that lane bully and leave Fedrin in the jungle. It kind of is an option. Brody and Lilia ban now, no Fasa as well. The Martis finally gets eliminated.
Wow.
So Miracle Gaming really just keeping a lot of these boxes ticked for themselves.
Yeah, Yves completely ignored from both sides.
Oh,
which
yes.
is kind of interesting. I think Kadita is a great way for Miracle Gaming to actually pick up just one-shot the SS from the get-go, which I think is a really interesting way. But Evo Esports, they're not picking the carry. They want to deny the Beatrix away from Miracle Gaming in case they want to go for an AoE composition to shut down both the Goddess Blessings as well as the Cult Auto coming from Evo Esports, which I think is a smart idea, but they're overthinking their draft a little bit too much in this situation. Because Miracle Gaming, they've got a very straightforward comp. They have Derov. Once Derov jumps in, there's nothing in Evo Esports' hands that can actually stop him off. And my oh my, they bring in the Melissa and the Xavier to double down and making sure that this Cult Altar is completely rendered useless. Wow.
I think Evo Esports just responds with the Archive, which I feel probably is one of the few remaining picks that can do something right. You want to stop Miracle Gaming from having a foothold in these fights, displace them from one another. Just buy some time for this Beatrix to start going off, this Estes to get those buff running. But I do agree with you. I think Miracle Gaming just has a very straightforward game plan, and they have all the bases covered.
Yeah, this is going to be a risky composition coming from Miracle Gaming, as well as Evo Esports. I feel like I like the drafts coming from Miracle Gaming a little bit more. It's a little bit easier to execute, but with the right strategy, I think Evo Esports got this, because as of yet, we don't know who's going to be the winners until the entire match itself is going to be finished. It's all strictly predictions here. And I feel like Evo Esports got this, even though we made the early predictions. But, I did say it's
What's the win
2-1.
condition, though? What are we looking at?
Win condition for Evo Esports, make it to level 8, at least for all the heroes, as that's without losing 5k net worth Goldie.
Without losing 5k net worth. That's a pretty steep bar, but
Yep.
I guess that's kind of the situation that Evo Esports have to deal with now. That's it. Game number 1. Starting off between Miracle Gaming and Evo Esports. Obviously, I think this would be a good tone setter for the evening and then what's to come for our open finals.
Yep, we're going to be starting on the game as well. It is going to be a Fredrin jungle rather than the Derov. So it's going to be Derov in the XP lane, whereas from the other side, we have Xandri going to be playing the Estes, but we are going to be calling in for a pause as of now, trying to figure out what they need to play the composition bit. But no, as soon as I say it, we're going to be jumping straight back into game again. As you can see, Zugarian is going to be starting off with the purple buff. Nothing super crazy yet. Bottom side, mid side, we do see Estes also going to be playing the middle lane. Going to be babysitting the mid lane rather than the gold lane, which is kind of interesting, especially when you have a hero like Estes, where you want to completely bully out the marksman lanes occasionally with a similar to a Digi.
I guess are we looking at a neutralizer where you have 2 marksmen just being left alone to get their resource, and you try to get this farmist online so they can start moving around the map with the Archive?
Personally, I don't think they should be roaming that much, because considering that even if they've got an Archive jungle, as much as they can roam, they have to play objectively. Like the whole point of their composition right now is to make sure that the Estes makes it to level 8, who gets like a 2 points into its ult. This is where Estes will reach the stage where he doesn't get one-shotted easily, which is something that I feel like requires a little bit more emphasis coming from Miracle Gaming to have this zero off to make sure that this Estes does not have the most smoothest of farm. And what better way than an Archive, which you can completely just heavy spin, shove whoever gets the turtle buff, which gives you some sort of protection and economy lead over your opponent to just completely shut them down. So I feel like this is a very interesting choice where they have to make a decision. Do they focus on punishing the Estes, or do they focus on just winning their lanes and drag it out? Because eventually when they reach a later stage game, there's just so much work that this Dirov needs to do in just cutting down whatever HP that they're going to be bringing to the table.
So far, we know Dirov in that XP lane against the Lapu, it's very straightforward, right? Dirov just looks to win, get as much lead as possible. But thankfully, if you're Lapu, you're not too worried. There are ways to circumvent that. You can farm from range and all that, but evidently the Dirov is just going to need some attention as the game progresses.
Exactly, but as of yet, you see Flash One going to be going for a little bit of harassment as well. Stampede comes in. The Edith also going to be harassed up pretty low. It's not that big of an issue, especially for farmers, right? Even if you die rather early, you still have a relatively low cooldown time. But of course, dying is not exactly the biggest choice here. But Evo Esports, they're going for pressure on the top side. So Satoru going to be completely bullied out, but it's not that big of an issue.
I mean, just easy dash out of the way. No avenues at all, but you do have that Edith, Miracle Gaming himself, just hovering around that gold lane, just in case any gank comes through. Just minor invade from the Archive, at least to buy space for themselves. So it's a kind of a reverse jungle, right? Bottom lane, a bit of a 1 versus 1. Hashi not in danger though, does have his Fredrin nearby.
Yep. And on some, so interesting enough, first item purchase coming from Biston, coming from Esports is going to be the Fury Hammer instead of Shoes. So he does want to win his lane, dominate his way through, not looking to rotate rather early, especially for first turtle, which is going to be happening as of yet. You can see no signs of movements coming from the gold lane, but bottom side, you do see Esports does pop the heavy spin rather early. Your name is going to be taken out. That's going to be first blood from Miracle Gaming. And Esports, they really want to put a big flag coming in from Oper, and that's going to be a big damage. But Miracle Gaming, they somehow managed to get out, and Esports cannot continue with this fight.
Yeah, the Appraisal Wave, just big, bad, heavy sword slamming down for the second kill. This turtle most likely secured by that Fredrin for sure. Xavier will do it. Take it for the team. The Esther's trying to heal Opper up. He's going to flicker away. The flicker forward. Hashi looks for the kill nonetheless. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But Miracle Gaming getting so much advantage.
Oh, that's the desperation coming from Miracle Gaming here. They got a little bit too much and feisty here. Great flicker coming from Hashi to get him that kill. But Evo Esports, you can see a little bit of signs here from Xanri of how he positioned himself and how annoying these Estes can get. I was expecting them to lose a little bit more out of this, but like I said as well, once this Estes hits those level 8, level 9 timings, this is where things get completely blindsided, because Miracle Gaming, they're struggling to find opportunities to actually pick off players.
With all that being said, they did have a good, first fight at the turtle, right? Just almost a 1k goal lead. Hashi again against Oppa. No more ultimates for this Lapu. He's going to be forced to just dash away. This is just a direct experience.
Yeah, definitely a direct experience indeed. But as of yet, you can see Flash One going to be going for the harassments. Hashi not going to be connected with the Stampede. They do not have the Chieftain's Rage for Upper. So I don't think we are going to be seeing a little bit more engagements. Evo Esports, they have to take a little bit of backseat. But Miracle Gaming, they're putting up a little bit more pressure now. And this is exactly what they need to do. A straightforward composition. They need to try and punish the Estes as much as they can. As of yet, Zanri's only level 4. So this is going to be a very important situation for Miracle Gaming to is. And Zanri now going to be in a little bit awkward spot. They're setting up for an ambush up top, but all these rotations has been scouted out coming from Evo Esports, so I don't think they should be fighting at all. But bottom side, Hashi actually wins the fight with a pixel shot, with the Abyssal Strike, almost being dodged by Opera. Feels bad for him.
Yeah, just the execution damage. Once you're below 40% health, that's goodbye. There's nothing that you can do. And this is bad news, right? Hashi has 3 kills right now. Sure, he died once, but now he's going to get almost the full shield of that bottom turret. He's having such an incredible time, and even lane itself, he's up almost 1.3k goal advantage.
Yeah, and this
Dream scenario.
This is going to be really, really hard for Evo Esports. But like you said as well, Miracle Gaming, they have their driver's seat in their favor as well. Second turtle going to be coming in as well. This is where they should be contesting. Your Name is still in position. He's rather early as well. And of course, Miracle Gaming, they just need to bait out the heavy spin rather early. They've got the Xavier that does this fantastic job. Goes for harassments, but looks like they're not ready for this fight. A big slam comes in, but the Dawning Light doesn't seem to connect the majority of players. But finally, the Pop the Goddess coming in. They want to force the fight, and Miracle Gaming, they don't really have the tools to actually fight this. But here comes the retry battle, and it's going to be Miracle Gaming that takes it. Your Name goes for the heavy spin, but they all clumped in by the Xavier stun to force him out of a situation. Count Alter has been expended, but they don't seem to have the damage to shut them out. The heals coming in is coming in, but they eventually get a solo kill on the bottom side. But Miracle Gaming, they lose members here. Tried to go in for the choke spot, but Evo Esports, they somehow managed to trade 2 for 1.
Satoru wants to get away.
Oh, one more. Hey, he
Doesn't
got
manage
it.
to do so. Just right on the edge. Clip. I believe how they execute, of all things. But nonetheless, it's still a minor win for Miracle Gaming, and things seems to be snowballing out of control. Mid tier 1 going down. Dyro gets another solo kill down bot. He's now 4-1. Even Esports, they do get the top tier 1, but in the grand scheme of things, again, Miracle Gaming in the lead.
Miracle Gaming, they understand, like, you can see how much struggle they're actually fighting against Evo's Esports, right? If they take a team fight in potential, Miracle Gaming just doesn't have the damage, and the damage comes in from their off, and it's smart that they finally take the decision to go for a 4-1, and that's actually helps Miracle Gaming on the bottom side to get a little bit more map pressure on the map, and this is where Evo Esports, you will see a huge disparity in economy just because of playing this 5-man strategy, or in this case, the Ube strategy, which we've known from Blacklist before, and Miracle Gaming, they're just taking advantage of it, which is hopefully going to be enough for them to have a lead to actually push into the throne.
And I just want to say that that fight was the result of all ultimates used by Evo. Now they will try to, this gang Hashi wants to look for at least a trade for himself, and he's actually doing a pretty good job. Biston keeping everyone alive, but he himself might go down, getting Slam Flicker used as well. Dawning Light piercing through all 3 of them. Zukarian shows up, the flicker forward. Biston is the target, Biston falls. So Satoru now also arrives at the scene. Zari will have to use his own flicker.
Yeah, you can see the power of the SS starting to shine some light into this, how tanky Evo's Esports is. But at the same time, Miracle Gaming, to my surprise, Hashi is just so tanky. He was able to sustain all those damage being dealt from Evo's Esports just because of the fact that he's got 4 stacks into the Festival of Blood, which is something that he needs to build up a little bit more into his later stage of game. But Evo's Esports, they are going to try and make an engagement with this heavy spin, but Miracle Gaming, they just back out completely. Uncontested. Nothing much they can do. No heavy spin. Easy turtle for Miracle Gaming. Dawning Light comes in as well to try and harass Evo, but what's it going to be?
Zanri, no ultimate as well. Just came back up cooldown just in time. It's going to be a retry fight again. Beatrix trying to provide some damage, but the Fredrin once more gets the turtle. Oppa executes the Xavier in the back line, but it might not matter too much though. The Melissa going off. So Satoru and Zukarian, they're all doing damage. Flash 1 tries to dash away, but So Satoru is on the case. A double for this Melissa. Oppa sent up into the air, and it's just a flurry of arrows in his back. He will get out, but So Satoru wants to deny that opportunity. The shield from Oppa, not enough. So Satoru still going. 3 in a row. Protected by Miracle Gaming himself. Miracle Gaming just doing such a good job.
Oh my.
And the Edith gets away.
Oh my goodness, the Edith actually survives it all despite the onslaught coming in. Great catch coming in from Zokarian there. He's got like a 2-man, 3-man taunt, taking advantage of the Uber strategy and just completely punishing him up. Evo's Esports was just left stranded in a situation where they just can't really move out of this chain CC that Miracle Gaming is bringing to the table. And to my surprise, Evo's Esports, they're flopping a little bit too much, and economy-wise, it's starting to lead, favoring towards Miracle Gaming even more right now. And as of yet, the first Lord is going to be the final objectives here for Miracle Gaming. If they secure it, Evo's Esports might have one of the most difficult times to actually make a comeback right now.
That was something that we actually didn't get to touch on, right? We didn't really thought about it, but you want to stick together as Ube. No, guess what? Big AoEs, big knockouts, big taunt. Miracle Gaming kind of has it figured out. But right now we're looking at Zanri hitting level 9. No 5k goal advantage for Miracle Gaming, so we have averted that disaster. But all things being said, Miracle Gaming are still in a very, very decent position in terms of getting a lead. 3 turtles so far, all the tier 1s taken out, and they are just applying these global pressure.
Yeah, interesting enough, they are going to be trying to force a fight. Opera going to go for a little bit of harassment here. They pop the ultimate from Chiefs' range, but they are trying to kind of kite their way through. Your name goes for a flag, but instead, this Akai going to get CC'd as well. The Beatrix comes in with Alpha. He's going to try to survive here. 10 HP keeps him alive, but a big dawning light from Miracle Gaming will completely shut them down. Courtesy of the stuns being set up from Frederick and Evo Esports, they just could not do anything about this. Miracle Gaming will take advantage of it and just completely snowball their way through.
I mean, Zul'Garen has a first core item, Garden's Helmet. This guy is an absolute truck with that Appraisal's Wraith. And I mean, we saw, right, just the constant juggle of turret aggro under the tier 2, just giving them a win. Now another engagement.
Oh my goodness, Evo, they just could not survive the Derov as well. And I've talked about how important the Derov brings to the table, and Miracle Gaming just straight up demonstrating that, hey, this is how you play around your composition. They have clear objective strategies, they have clear objectives of what they needed to do, and Prime Hashi, 5, 2, and 3. Now, even with the Lord, Evo's Esports is in a very, very difficult spot now with the Dawning Light again. Appa just completely changed CC after CC's. Evo Esports just could not do anything in all this team side. Shout out to Shiro with those insane circlings.
I mean, Oppa could not play the game, right? He was solo killed twice, and all these team fights, you know, it's either 1-for-1 trade or none at all, and he just died the 5th time in this game. Miracle Gaming, we talk about them wanting strong laners. They've got all the objectives ticked for themselves. I mean, Hashi is out of control at this point. When your tank walks up and dies in 2 seconds, you have a problem.
Yeah, I'm so worried as well. I was a little bit surprised by Xandri's decision to actually pick up the Oracle as a first item pickup rather than just going for like potential dominance eyes or maybe even a Dreadnought armor already. He just got it. I don't think it's going to be that much of a big difference considering that how things are going on as well. Look at Zul'Garen. He's got big boy damage, but they missed the Abyssal Strike, so this is going to be a little bit of saving grace for Evo Esports, but they only have a 30-second small window to try and capitalize on this, and Miracle Gaming, they know they've got it in the bag. All they gotta do is just play for time. Big Dawning Light comes again. Evo Esports, they need to buy time. This Lord is gonna be chunking on the turrets, and Miracle, they can potentially dive on the Crystal Evo. They need to call the rest of the teams trying to defend against this here. Bistan is here, but objectives is gonna be Miracle Gaming's decision. They just don't want to force a fight right now. They're just waiting on cooldowns, and this is where Miracle Gaming says, you know what? I've got everything in the bag. One mistake is all I need from Evo Esports to close out this game.
This is the chokehold that Miracle Gaming wants Evo Esports to be in. And I mean,
they back out.
Playing is safe, right? You have all 3 lanes for yourself. I feel like if you want to wait for the next Lord, you wait for the next Lord. It's 15-6, almost a 10k goal advantage. Bistan was not able to be involved in any of these fights, and you would thought that, you know, Beatrix with that rocket launcher will be a great option to clear all these Lord push, but they are so far behind. I mean, Your Name can't even stand in front at this point.
Yeah, a big Divine Glaive purchase coming from Shiro as well. There's going to be a lot of penetration as well as damage coming from the Xavier. We've reached a stage where the Xavier is so relevant in the stage where Evo Esports, they need to find a way to cut the backlines. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Sosataru or is it going to be Shiro? They need Opera to dive the backlines, but it's so difficult to do so, especially with such a strong, annoying Frederick just right in your face, making sure that Opera just doesn't get to the back lines. And it's tough, considering that how Evo is reaching a stage where I need to drag this game even longer now, just for the sake of the fact that they need Xandri up with a little bit more items and a little bit more sustainabilities in order to keep everybody alive.
And Zul'Garen isn't even worried about magic damage, right? He has Dominus Eyes. Oh, I mean, he's Athena, excuse me. Athena's for that magic damage protection, and that's pretty much it. Everything else now is just physical resistance. Oppa and Bistan, they cannot find a way in. You mentioned during the draft that this Lapu Lapu is supposed to be the one that cuts in the backline, assassinates Shiro. But he can't do that. The moment he shows up, he dies.
Yeah, it's so very difficult as well, especially like you said as well, they don't really have the biggest amount of magical damage. However, they do get a very nice pickup, and that is huge. The Derov take out the equation, but they still have Xandri keeping him alive. As you can see, the Bistan will be the primary focus coming in from the back lines as they pick him out. Your Name is going to try and draw aggro away. They will trade for 1-for-1, but as of yet, they need to buy time. It seems like Miracle Gaming, they are going to try and give chase and take the bait on this Akai, and Your Name has so much to run for as well. He needs to run for his life, but he will eventually run out of path and eventually get picked off. Well, Evo Esports will go for a lane check off the side lanes.
Absolutely brutal assassination. I mean, you have an Edith that just flickered for your marksman. Bistan is 1-4. This Lord pretty much in the back for Miracle Gaming. We're looking at a final push to end game 1. It's 14 minutes in. Definitely felt like it was a bit longer, considering the draft for Evo Esports. But on this deficit, it's still a way back. Like, what are we looking at?
Yeah, this is, I don't think they can actually come back from this. It's over. It's pretty much over. There's no way, because considering that how Biston is pretty much the core main damage dealer, and he's only got a DHS, Maleficaro, as well as a Blade of Despair, he needs at least one more, 1 to 2 more items. The contrary, in this case, he's actually opting to go for a Winds of Nature as well as a Hunter Strike, which I don't think is going to be that much of help, because eventually it comes down to whether or not Opper and Biston is able to chunk out enough damage to just one-shot people from the backlines of Miracle Gaming, which at this stage, very difficult to do.
I guess your front line also needs to stay alive.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Your Name cannot do anything. He's been trying to really look for those good heavy spins to, separate the battle lines, but he just couldn't find the angle. Zanri, first target, taunt backwards. Meanwhile, they've just flip-flash run in, didn't even get to use his own ultimate. Your Name goes down. Game 1 pretty much done and dusted. Miracle Gaming just looking for a bit more final touches. Oppa is trying, but best he may, he can't do it. Miracle Gaming takes Game 1.
Yep, Biston pretty much tried his best to try and clear off the minions, etc., but there's only so much he can do. Miracle Gaming taking the lead 1-0 against Evo Esports with a very interesting composition that just completely utilizes and plays around the Fredrin and just shutting down the drops and composition of Evo Esports. Beautifully executed, pretty straightforward drafts from Miracle Gaming, and well done.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the first 3 opening picks, Fredrin, Darov, Edith, pretty much sets up majority of your map, right? And we discussed a bit about the flex potential, but I think putting that Darov into Lapu and actually winning the lane is a big boon for Miracle Gaming. But what a slam dunk for Game 1.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of it all, just completely picking off heroes to just completely shut down the power of what Faram is bringing to the table. I would say Miracle Gaming, they've done their homework. They've done a lot of homework on how they wanted to play that. So it's pretty good execution coming from Miracle Gaming, and I enjoyed it because they really showed that they might potentially have a chance in making it to pro based on what they just did.
If they win the next game, if they win the series, they're in top 8. That's it. They're one series, they're one game away from top 8. So this is definitely a very good morale boost for Miracle Gaming. But also, they won all objectives. They won all team fights. And we had this back and forth about how Evo Gaming is going to use this Ube strategy. They have big ultimates to keep the team in the game. But we just saw Miracle Gaming bulldoze through them despite those ultimates. Yeah,
and even here as well, Evo Esports, they needed the first turtle from the get-go, right? They needed to take advantage of how the Archive is able to completely bully people out of turtle, but the problem is that they were one step late. Miracle Gaming already anticipated that, was already a step ahead, having a good position for Shiro to just take advantage of all those circle caps. And you can see time and time again, every single time the Archive comes in, they're circling a camera coming from Shiro, just completely make sure that he doesn't move and do anything he wants to do. Yes, heavy spin can get out yourself in a lot of sticky situations, but you can't take advantage of it if you cannot move from the circle encampment coming from the Xavier itself, which I think is one of the biggest problems that Evo Esports did not expect, because time and time again, we haven't seen Xavier for the longest of time in this current patch, especially after a couple of balancing rework for Xavier.
Yeah, and at the same time, they can't really isolate the targets they want, right? Ideally, you want to isolate Hashi. If you're lucky, you get Shiro, but most of the time, they find Zukaren, they find the Fredrin, and he is more than glad to be delivered into the team himself. And this is probably the closer ones we had, but even this one didn't work out, and this is where we see the mortality of this Archive. Shows up, instantly forced back, and they even forced the team fight underneath the tier 2. Didn't matter.
Yeah, it's just so very difficult, right? When it comes to Carl Alter, you've got 3 very, very tanky heroes coming from Miracle Gaming, which oftentimes you do need some sort of armor shredding, penetration, or even some true damage actually pierce to all this damage, which of course none of it that Evo's Esports have, which is very, very unfortunate, because like I said as well, they needed to win the early stage game. They need to stop some sort of bleeding to allow Zenry to do his own thing. Yes, he's 107, he did his job as perfectly as he can, but there's only so much he can do if your teammates just can't exactly survive the mono chain CC. In this case, I'm implying the Archive, which I think was a pretty tough call coming from Evo Esports.
Yeah, because they were looking for someone to go jungle as well. Right? You want to have someone that jungles and is the front line. Definitely is kind of a bit of a headache. I'm just surprised that, if we're on the topic of having a hyper carry, carry no pun intended, seems to be a choice that maybe Evo could have considered, but they felt more comfortable with the Beatrice. And
I think Barat would have been a better-ish hero, but even then, it was so difficult, right? If you think about how Miracle Gaming drafted their composition, there's just so much CC, etc., to a point where even with the Barats, you're looking for to have the Barats bully out people's day. But if Miracle Gaming has so much stun lockdowns on you, in this case, it's going to be hard. And like, maybe getting the Purify and Battle Spells would have helped them to a certain degree. But all in all, if it was a best of 1, it's over. It's a best of 3. It's all about adapting. And like we said as well, it's pretty much our first time seeing some of these teams actually play each other.
Yeah.
And even for a quote-unquote experienced player like Xanri in Evo Gaming, things may not be as smooth sailing as things can be, especially when you don't know how your opponents think.
Yeah.
And one thing I really like about Malaysian players here, they're extremely creative and they're extremely bold.
They are absolutely heroes of their own kind. But we gotta thank the parties that made this happen. Of course, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, When Winning Matters. They've been doing this for 2 seasons for a lot of games. This is Season 1 for Mobile Legends, the latest installment in SPS. Absolutely amazing. Very grateful to be here. So thanks to them. But we also gotta thank Samsung Galaxy for being a part of this big family as well. So we talked a lot about the Z Fold 4 back then, but right now, if you're looking for a good Valentine's gift, check out the S23 Ultra.
Exactly. If you've got a lot of money, buy the Galaxy S23 Ultra, give it to your girlfriend, and she will not complain about you watching this stream or maybe even play Mobile Legends on Valentine's Day and just completely cheer. You know what? Just give her the phone. That's it. Job's done. Easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, not to forget Monster Energy, allowing everyone, from the players to us to production, to unleash the beast within ourselves. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you're looking for the best gaming deals when it comes to topping up and you don't know where to go, look no further than Kachi Shop, because they have the best deals in terms of gaming. So check them out at www.kachishop.com.
Exactly. Buy your diamonds there and unleash the beast after you make her happy. You know what I mean? You gotta unleash it. You know, you gotta channel all your inner energy to make your Valentine's date happy. But as of yet, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll be back with game number 2 for the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name is ICB12 and here's Husky. We'll see you guys right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too, yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping. Till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too, yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping.
Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 2 in the upper brackets here for the Snapdragon Elite Tournament here. We have Miracle Gaming taking the first game lead against Evo Esports. This is going to be a very important one as well, because whoever takes this series is going to be advancing to the next stage for the finals, or they will be dropping down into the lower brackets if they lose.
Yeah. Winners of the series not only get to compete for the prize pool, but they also secure a slot in the challenge group stage, which is, in the bigger scheme of things, such a more important part of this best of 3. But Miracle Gaming is starting off absolutely incredible. It felt like Evo Esport had no space to breathe, no space to move. It was a complete shutdown.
Yeah, I did briefly discuss on how the drafts were going to be looking like, especially when it comes to how they execute their compositions, right? Miracle Gaming, they have pretty straightforward draft. All they gotta do is just go in forward, chain stun, blump. Someone is gonna be dying here. Whereas for Evo Gaming, they've got a lot of very niche win conditions and setups, which multiple times in the replays as well, we saw them trying to set up into a very choke spot to try and take them out with the kill box with the Beatrix out all the way through. But time and time again, it just didn't really happen. And you can see how positioning is super important in terms of the situation. And hopefully, game number 2 is going to be a little bit different approach in terms of drafts coming from Evo Gaming.
Yep, I hope so too. All of this made possible by our partners, Snapdragon Lead Gaming, when winning matters. Again, this is the first season for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, but if you're a fan of other mobile games, they have plenty of it. It's season 2 for a lot of other titles, Brawl Stars, Free Fires, you name it, we have it, and it's just great that we not only get to be here, but we were gifted this stage. The players are given an opportunity to play on a regional level and to strive for their own greatness. Overall, love this initiative. Glad to be here. Happy to be sharing the stage with you also.
Exactly. I'm excited as well being in the first season here, especially for today here for Snapdragon Pro Series, first ever Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And I got to see something very interesting as well, because I came into this for today with pretty low expectation on how the game would be looking like, but seeing how game 1 went, that looks like a pro game. That's pretty close.
You were expecting like a rollover.
Yeah.
But this one is a rollover also, but it's a good one.
It wasn't exactly a rollover where the opponent doesn't know how to play. It was just straight up outdrafted. I knew how to win this game. I just executed. That's pretty much what Miracle Gaming did. So Evo, they have the experience. They know what they need to do. But the problem here is that Miracle Gaming, they're just so fearless and bold. The way they play it here, they disrespect everything Team Evo tries to do, and they know how to play around it. This is where something that I think not a lot of players are capable of doing. And I really like to see this new and young fresh blood coming from Malaysia/Singapore from Miracle Gaming bringing it on the table. Can they up the momentum? That's going to be the thing.
I mean, you're on the back foot right now. You have your Team Evo right now.
I don't care. I love some good games. That's it.
Yeah, I know you don't care, but I need your input, right?
All right.
So what's the plan for game 2? What are we looking at?
Not picking Faramis as your mage. Not picking Faramis as your first pick. Pick something else which balance out between your magical damage and physical damage and gives you more opportunity rather than just doubling down on Ube strategy, which obviously can be easily countered in the right heroes. In this case, Miracle Gaming pretty much picked out all heroes that just completely destroy that. Melissa, Xavier, Fredrin, these are heroes that just completely shines in CQC combat. And in this case, Evo Esports just walked into the trap, even though they had the second pick.
I guess when they saw the opening pick, they kind of had an idea, right? There's not much situation where you open up with Faramis and then you double down with the Estes. Now we get to see a slightly different opening. We see the Edith ban, and that was a hero that Miracle Gaming, they themselves picked in the first game.
Interesting.
But for Evo Esports, same old, no 1-1, Fanny to follow from Miracle.
This is interesting considering that they actually banned out the Edith, because from my experience of seeing how Zanri plays during his IDNS days, he tends to lean on Enchanter-style roamer players rather than those kind of aggressive ones. We haven't seen him play a lot of Glue, we haven't seen him play a lot of Kufra as well, maybe from my experience here. He could play it, maybe, I don't know, but from my experience, I hadn't exactly see too much about it. But I feel like, based on this current meta drafts, I feel like heroes with a lot of initiations, a roaming hero that gives you an edge in terms of initiation and also enchant-out traits are very limited. Matilda, Lolita are great examples of heroes like that.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay, fine. Now it's reversed.
Now it makes a lot more sense, right? Evo on that blue side, Miracle Gaming on red side. This definitely does switch it up a bit. Part of me is a bit surprised that Evo Esports considered that Edith to be a primary threat, right? Maybe they want to prioritize the Fredrin. Now they have that first pick. I don't think Miracle Gaming will be looking at the Fredrin as a important ban. So Evo now has a chance to secure something for themselves. Hayabusa ban, Joy taken out as well.
Yeah, I think when it comes to this situation as well, I feel like having the Martyrs is just such a great first pick here coming from Esports, which I feel they should double down on it. But if they go for the Faramis pickup again, I'm a little bit surprised as well. Yves completely ignored in the drafts as well as pick up from both sides. A little bit difficult to pull off, which I honestly think Evo Esports could have picked it up instead of doubling up with the Estes. Miracle Gaming, they played a safe bet, ban off the glue, Mortis ignored. This time, Evo Esports, they take away the Fredrin instead.
Yeah, so now it makes a lot more sense, right? Get rid of Edith, we take the Fredrin. Kind of a no-brainer. Though Miracle Gaming, I think they have plenty of choices. Now you have to kind of look elsewhere, right? There's a Lapu, there's the Dyrov. It feels like it's an either-or situation. Or they can kind of blind pick the carry if they are that confident.
I think carry is pretty safe bet here, coming from Miracle Gaming. It's just a great way to deal with Fredrin as well. Even if Fredrin drops in your face, you have so much mobility, you can just take advantage of how thick the HP of Fredrin are. And oftentimes, we haven't seen like physical Fredrin being a huge success in the community itself. Mostly it's got to be tank heroes all the way through. I think carry is a safe bet, but if they still want to double down on Beatrix just for the sake of having more AoEs, it's fine. Just anything but the Faramis. That's something that I think Evo Esports need to take advantage of. But Miracle Gaming, they're still debating what's it going to be. Do they want to keep their marksman open like how they drafted in Game 1, where I think they should be opening up a little bit more and just prioritize on taking the Mortis and the Lapu to a certain degree. But no, Miracle Gaming, they take the Barat's jungle instead as opening. Huh, interesting.
Is it a direct answer for...
What's the second hero for Miracle Gaming?
Yeah, actually... wait for that. It's a mystery. You can take a guess. But I think like if we're looking at Barat's jungle, right, and assuming that Fredrin is most likely in the jungle, are we looking for Miracle Gaming to kind of put pressure in that jungle in that early phase? I give it with Kaja and Val.
I like how Kaja has just been completely ignored. Kaja is like the most picked or banned before M4.
Oh yes.
And then, you know, group stages, everyone's just picking in here, big ban, pick ban. He just wins you games all the way through. Made it to playoffs, everyone just doesn't want to play the Kaja.
I guess when you have
it's weird.
It is weird.
It's just weird. The meta just shifts from time to time. But Miracle Gaming...
I love it, right? Tournament matters, right? You go into a tournament, doesn't matter what's the popular thing. People, the players themselves decide what's popular in the tournament and everyone just follows suit. Whatever works best. If a Kaja has a 100% win rate, I'm pretty sure everyone picks Kaja.
Fair enough. But in this case, I still have no idea what's the opening pick coming from Miracle Gaming's heroes. I think it should be somewhere along the lines. Should be Martyrs, but nope. Carry being banned from some Miracle Gaming. They don't really want to deal with it as of yet for against Evo Esports. But considering that how is this ignored as well from first draft, I don't think Evo Esports is worried about that. I think the safer ban is gonna be Beatrix here. But oh wait, hold up. I just got into what's a little bit information for production. The first pick from Miracle Gaming is actually Moskov.
Yeah, so they have a Barat, Moskov, and Lolita. So again, kind of another lineup which is just like kind of a 4 protect one, right? It's not Ube, but you have this Moskov for that late game. The hyper pretty much set in stone. Miracle Gaming can now kind of focus on taking out the hypers that Evo wants to go with, right? No carry, maybe Beatrix is an option as well for them to take out.
I'm not a big fan of the Moskov pickup rather early, which is kind of interesting considering how Miracle Gaming is just so confident in this situation. But Evo Esports, they ban off the Brody as well, which is not exactly sure what's going through Evo Esports' mind, considering that they should show their hands coming from Miracle Gaming. They pick up the Esmeralda coming from themselves. This is going to be the XP Esmeralda. Not exactly my personal favorite, but let's talk about heroes that actually benefit from high tanky sustain heroes, right? Heroes like Carry, complete out of the equation. Clint, still okay. Joy is pretty much out of the equation as well. I think Evo Esports, they are pretty much in a situation where they possibly, their only last option would be picking up a marksman that can just pierce through it. In this case, I think true damage is great, but no, they pick up the Melissa as well as the Yuzhong. I love the Yuzhong. Melissa, I think it's more a little bit more of a counterintuitive, just deny it away from Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, I think Yuzhong also makes a lot of sense, right? You don't necessarily have shields, but you do have a ton of damage, and that's sustain in lane. So in these drawn out fights, I do feel like the Yuzhong is comfortable taking on the Esmeralda face to face. And the Miracle Gaming looking for a magic damage dealer. The Eve is still on the table. Well, I was about to say Farsa, but Farsa was banned out. No Xavier this time.
I think I like Kadita in this situation, but no way. What am I watching from Miracle Gaming? They're playing a triple tank composition. It's very similar to how they played it in game number 1. 3 very annoyingly beefy heroes in front lines. Alice may not be as beefy as we thought, but in this current patch, Alice has been buffed up here and there, but people just kind of stayed away with it. So I'm surprised that Miracle Gaming is opting to pick this up right here, right now. So we might potentially see a mid lane Esmeralda, XP Alice, mid lane Alice, XP Esmeralda. I don't know what's going on. This is young, bold, and crazy. Not gonna lie.
Love it. Absolutely love the sight. I do think that it's most likely an XP Esmeralda. I think you would want to lane her into the Yuzhong a bit more compared to the Alice. But I'm at a loss because I mean, Alice is on the bottom of my list of heroes that is going to get picked. But maybe Miracle Gaming has something else in store. I'm looking forward to this. If they win this, they are not only in top 8, they also qualify for Challenge Group. So EVO Esports playing for so that they don't go into a lower bracket.
Exactly. But of course, if EVO wins this, well, my prediction still survives. But all in all, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 between EVO Esports representing from Laos as well as Miracle Gaming representing from Malaysia. So I'm surprised with this draft coming from Miracle Gaming, and we've known for unpredictability in our region, and I love it. I love it every single time we see something that is completely unpredictable. But in this case, let's talk about the battle spells a little bit here. Inspire coming from Soul Satoru. And Prime Hashi here, gonna be not having a good time at all. Force a very early sprint to actually back out, coming in from the harassments coming from EVO Esports. But looks like they know that they need to kill him off, and that's gonna be first blood in the hands of EVO Esports. Biggest threat from game 1 has been eliminated.
At the cost of a flicker, I think Flash One should be able to get away. Shiro is far though, but he does have that teleport right into the face of 3 members of EVO Esports. The counter-attack mounted from EVO, stopping any kind of chase. Zanri also shows up. And the Kaji does feel a bit better than the Archive, right? You accomplished what the Archive wants to do, but you have a way out. You pull someone away.
Yeah, I guess if you put it that way, it makes perfectly sense, right? But as of yet, it feels like Miracle Gaming, they are in a very oh no, my goodness, he might actually die. Popped a very preemptive, weird vengeance, but still, a lot of damage has been done. But as you can see, EVO Esports, they are in the front seat, right? I talked about how game 1, EVO Esports, they need to drag time. This time, Miracle Gaming is going to be the team that needs to buy time for a fact that, you know, Esmeralda needs levels, the Alice needs levels, which is going to be taking a little bit longer time compared to how the Estes is. But bottom lane, Prime Hashi once again getting bullied out pretty hard. EVO Esports making a lot of emphasis on towards the XP lane here.
Definitely so much better to watch, right? You have a better response. You know, EVO Esports are not experiencing a lane getting absolutely bulldozed, you know, by one individual from Miracle Gaming. Now this feels like a turtle fight that is so much more better for EVO Esports to contend. You have the Numinal Strike, Numinal Blast on top of the barrage. They still lose the turtle to the Alice. What is happening? No Reggie coming through from EVO Esports. Now they gotta try and win the fight at least. Your name so darn long goes down to the Alice of all things. Oppa now staying in the fight. The Yuzhong gets gobbled up by Zakaria, and now this bar heals up, and now the 3-man stun Shiro. Lovely, lovely play. Miracle Gaming might have found something, but they did lose the barrage, and they might lose Shiro as well.
My goodness.
Who bleed to death. Oppa with a double.
Oh, the shot residue was just there as well, picking him off. But you can see Miracle Gaming has a different idea. They prioritize on those CC's approach, but you can see how they chain it really well. However, like I said as well, they need a little bit more levels. They are in a, I would say, a very interesting dynamic on direction of how they compensate this draft. Very similar to how EVO Esports had in game number 1 in terms of sustainability. But instead of playing an Enchanter Roamer style, they have everybody take bits and crumbs in terms of sustainability and drag it out. However, the problem with this composition is that they need more levels. They need more items to actually progress. In this case, Alice needs to build this deck. But all in all, great attempt. But EVO Esports, this game, driver's seat is in their favor.
No, just minor goal lead, but it's going to get better as the game goes on, right? Now you have kind of that trump card, right? Zanri's ultimate. If you can pull someone out of position, that's always an advantage, and there it is. It's happening right now on top of Miracle Gaming under the tier 1. He's dead, he's down.
That's a disgusting way to just completely isolate someone and just take him out. Just just take the out coming from Melissa, lock him down. There's no way you're getting out where you came from. You pretty much locked out and ran. You know, that's pretty much a perfect example of how to kidnap somebody.
Yeah. They want to go after Zanri, but Shiro actually gets caught as well. There is backup hiding in the brush. Zanri flickers to safety. Now his Piston going to work. So Karen, big, bulky, but slow, can't get on top of Piston, but Hashi can. Shiro over the wall. Oh, still alive with the vengeance. The damage reduction is there. Shiro trying to stay alive, healing up, brings to safety, doesn't get out. Slapped by Zanri. Your Name gets a double kill for himself, forcing Miracle Gaming to flicker away.
Now, game of XP lanes. Game 1 was pretty much coming from Prime Hashi, but this game, Hopper with the saves once again. Great timing of the Black Dragon, just completely understanding that everyone from Miracle Gaming cannot deal with this Yu Zhong at all. And that's going to be taking a little more time for them to actually progress further. But as of yet, let's take a look at the items real quick and see how far they progress. We do see a Clock of Destiny purchase coming from the allies, coming from Shiro. Like I said, builds a lot of stat, needs a lot of time. Enchanted Talisman coming from Prime Hashi needs at least 2 more core items for this Esmeralda to be as tanky as they can. Esports, however, they need to capitalize on all this slow timing potentials coming from Miracle Gaming and actually push the pressure on.
I suppose when you have the Esmeralda, you can kind of take away a bit of the shield from the Frederick. Not that it matters though, and when he uses that ultimate, he's going to expand the shield anyways. What I'm worried is, how is Miracle Gaming going to consider taking these team fights? Because Evo Esports now have better ways to defend their core heroes. And you see all these attempted dives from Shiro and Hashi. Didn't matter. There's not much they can do.
Oh,
Carrier
no.
actually gets the gobble up right into the wall. Follow up with a
Dead.
stun by Soul Satoru. This should be a kill, right? Oppa not getting out this time.
Great catch coming in from Miracle Gaming. There's no way could have survived that as well. So very unlucky from Hopper. However, that's a little bit of hope for Miracle Gaming because with that pickoff, they managed to equalize the economy. However, Evo Esports, they're not too happy about this. They want to capitalize on this as well. Bottom side, Alice getting popped out as well, but a big Numenor Blast doesn't connect. So Piston is going to be alive for now. They only got the Alice, but all in all, it's not over yet. Can they continue to fight? But break catch, Divine Judgment coming in. They do get another kill coming for Evo Esports, but at the same time, top side, Miracle Gaming, they almost traded off the tier 2, and this time, Soul Satoru needs to make a run for his time on top side. Bottom lane, however, Prime Hashi with this Esmeralda, getting a little bit tanky, but I don't think he should be sticking around a little bit longer here, considering how strong Evo Esports is. But like I said, they're just buying time, and that's exactly, I think, a beautiful defense coming from him so far.
He's trying to clear out that cannon minion, but not able to do it in time, and now he's in danger. They're just going to keep him under the tier 2 for a little while. Backup finally comes through. Shiro looking for an entry. Flash run, almost sent into the wall. Able to dash away. Zukarin looking for something, but finds none.
So very unlucky in this kind of scenarios here. But Miracle Gaming, I'd say they managed to buy a little bit more time. They didn't lose too much here. However, in terms of trading objectives, Soul Satoru was gotta be counting his lucky stars here because he almost got his tier 2 up top and he was able to escape that aggression coming from Evo Esports. So that is the most important thing, especially when he needs to make a comeback. But as of yet, 2K economy into his Evo Esports. This is where they are in a situation where they need to take more objectives. So far, only one tier 1 by the end of the first launch here, and this is where Miracle Gaming is pretty satisfied with the outcome. Now it's all about continuing the tempo.
All things considered is not too bad, right?
It's not too bad.
Even though they're behind, they're able to keep Evo Esports from actually getting map control. And now that tier 2 top is out, and Hashi just walks on forward and just taps it on the back. Miracle Gaming having decent control, 1 minute until Lord spawns, just jostling for position in this mid lane.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one, considering how things are going to be going here. But the first Lord is going to be on the bottom side, perhaps. But as of yet, they are going to be setting up for a couple amber. This is going to be the big major clash that both sides needs as well. Miracle Gaming, they barely just hit their timing, but they don't need to rush this because eventually it's all about the Lord objective. In this case, bottom lane, Zanri pretty much isolated for Fright. Shiro also going to be isolated as well. He might be in a little bit of trouble with Zanri. If he goes for a Divine Judgment without a tier 1's help, Shiro might actually die, but he eventually pulls him out, but no follow-up because the rest of Evo's Esports was not in the vicinity. They were isolated. It was a bait, and it's going to be a free double kill for Soul Satoru, and this is the biggest catch that Miracle Gaming needed as well because Evo Esports was not prepared, and now Shiro is going to extend the fight, try to prolong it all with the vengeance, but guess what? The rest of the teammates completely bailed on him. Miscommunication from both sides, and now they equalize with 2v3, and Evo Esports is back in their lead.
Yeah, where's the rest of Miracle Gaming? That was such a weird interaction, right? So you get 2 kills, you get the good Luminal Blast, 2 kills down bot. I thought that they would start taking control of that Lord, but now losing both that front line, this Lord is going to get started by Evo Esports. And Miracle Gaming, it seems like there's no intention to contest this at all. What a fatal mistake. This Lord is going over to Evo.
Oh, miscommunication from both sides, but eventually came down to Evo Esports coming up on top, realizing that Miracle Gaming was not in position just because Sousataru kind of got greedy and trying to cut off the creep wave on the bottom lane, which is very, very unfortunate considering that they should have won that fight straight up. But, of course, this is a tournament, anything can happen. People do make mistakes. However, in this time, Evo Esports, they gotta be holding on for their tournament. I would say their upper bracket placement spot, because as of yet, the Lord is gonna be pushing from the bottom side, top side. How much objectives can they get?
At least if you're Evo right now, there's gonna be a long lane to push, right? Lord is down bot, and you can see Miracle Gaming. They've sent 2 members to deal with that Lord, and also ALVA, who is desperately trying to protect that objective as well. Melissa going to work on the other side of the map. Rest of the backup comes through from Evo Esports. Miracle Gaming, can you get there in time? Luminal Blast, no, a fraction of a second, too late. They lose the Lolita, but Sousatoru is still alive. ALVA getting gone on. The Alice is in the backline as well. They've isolated the battle lines of Evo Esports. Flash went the next to go, but Your Name with the big appraisal wave slams it down, gets the kill for himself, and now is Miracle Gaming on the back foot. Hashi trying to buy time, Shiro trying to keep him alive. The top lane is under attack. Evo Esports is splitting this map so well. Shiro still alive though, trying to tank right through this, but he's running up out of hell. Pops that vengeance. Big appraisal wave in his face. Evo winning that bot lane fight.
My goodness, Your Name has got so much heavy lifting to do on this Fredrin. He's all full tank, but he's managed to actually keep them all in check. However, Miracle Gaming, with this aggression, they bought so much time. The Lord couldn't exactly breach into his inhibitors coming in. However, the bottom lane is going to lose another more inhibitor tower coming from Evo Esports. The lead will continue from a 2k lead now with a 6k lead. Evo Esports completely dominating map control right now.
I just want to say this Fredrin is borderline unkillable right now. He has the Radiant Armor. This Alice does jack to him. I don't know how are they going to get rid of this Fredrin in any of these fights. It does feel impossible.
Interesting enough, Sousataru actually going for a golden staff on this Moskov instead of what we usually see with critical, etc. But it seems like the idea of playing golden staff is to take advantage of the DHS's passive to chunk through the max HP percentage of Evo Esports, which is something that I don't see too often on the Moskov. But I want to see how well Sousataru is going to be able to capitalize this, because he still needs at least one more item to actually progress his way through, especially when he's not going for maybe Windtalkers, which is something that gives you a little more mobility, which benefits from crits, which I feel like is weird considering how he's itemizing his items right now.
I guess you can also understand the reasoning, right? You have so much HP on the side of Evo, so you take that percentage damage, you know, you don't have a carry, so that item definitely is a good replacement for it. Shiro, the 1v1 against ALVA, who clearly is winning that one out for now, but the Enhanced Lord just spawned. They need something. Zanri is the target, forced to flicker to safety. Your Name is on the side. Miracle Gaming can't find an entry in. Zanri just goes on forward. Oh no, he runs to Garrett. That is the guy that cannot die, but he dies nonetheless. And now ALVA straight in the backline, this Black Dragon form, gets the petrify. Sousatoru needs to get out. Was able to get out, but Shiro now joins the fight, and now he goes straight into the middle, but the backline has been assassinated. Hashi can't live on. It's just this Alice against the entire world of Evo, and this is their kingdom. It's a wipeout for Evo.
Oh, this is huge coming for Evo Esports. What a bounce back. This is where experience is key. They finally were able to get the execution, and just like that, Miracle Gaming might be losing game 2 just like that because of the fact that this is tough. This is tough, but the top lane, they lose the inhibitor for themselves, but Evo, they don't want to continue with this, knowing that Zukari is back on live. They don't want to take a risk, and they are just going to switch down to the Lord. Okay.
It's going to be a Lord coin flip, surely, right? But I think they can get it.
They don't have time. I don't think they have time.
Yeah, I don't think Miracle can reach in time.
Wait. Okay, they're fine. They cannot lose bodies. Okay, they get the Lord back out. That's going to be the strategy. But Miracle Gaming, they cannot let them off the hook. They need to go for the catch. Unfortunately, not something that Bharat is good at, which is chasing people. So a small victory from both sides, but Evo Esports definitely the biggest victor right now.
Yeah, you have the Lord marching down the mid lane, so it's you can see that they're sending Yuzhong to that top lane. They're trying to get that side lane synced up as well. It's a silver lining. But if you're Miracle Gaming, you are not too sad. At least you get that minion wave to push it top wave. But oh boy, if Hashi goes down, it's gonna be a different story. And oh, he's gonna go down to conceal just for a bit of the movement speed boost. Hashi slowed down by the Zanri's passive, trying to live on.
He
Still
got it.
walks away. No
Shield,
way
he's
this
fine.
happens, right, Hashi?
He's fine, he's fine, he's fine. Nobody, no, actually, he's actually going to be fine because Zanri doesn't have the damage to kill him off unless the rest of the team is coming in as well. Because this is going to be space created from him once again. And finally, Esports says that, you know what, I have no choice. I have to come for this. And Prime Archie, he's buying so much time, but here comes the Frederick. He might actually die. The taunt comes in. One more auto attack is all he needs, but they finally take him down. But with this play coming in, Shiro was pretty much in the position where he tries to take the bait. However, he might die to this as well. Winston Trunker comes in, but a big Numenon blast coming from Miracle Gaming stops in the track, but no follow-up from Miracle Gaming. They're completely displaced.
Oh,
They're
the taunt.
completely lost. Evo Esports, they're picking them bit one by one, bit by bit, mano y mano, and everyone is pretty much done for. And Evo Esports, they bounce back, tying the series 1-1 with that play.
We're gonna get a game 3 for sure. Immortality again, just to draw a bit of aggro. Can Hashi take on the world? It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. A stolen Numenon Blast for safety measures. We're going all the way to game 3. What can I say? An incredible recovery from Evo Esports in game 2. Though, slight critique, I feel like, you know, Miracle Gaming overcommitted to save Shiro and Hashi. Felt like they didn't need to do that. Nonetheless, if they didn't do that, we wouldn't get a game 3.
Exactly. But at the same time as well, our predictions are pretty hot right here for Valentine's Day here. Both our predictions still stands, but eventually there will be one winner by the end of this series. And of course, have you guys predicted your predictions so far? Have you guys made your comments in the Twitch chat segment? Because I don't know who's going to win this year, but I love how experience is coming into play, right? If it's best of fun, pretty much Miracle Gaming won the game. But it's a best of 3. Well, it's all about adapting. But in case you missed out game number 2, let's jump into the highlights of how things went down for both these teams.
It's going to be a best of 1 in the next game, but you know, we were looking at Evo Esports just having so much better coverage from that early game. And it really came down to the pick, right? One of your favorites, the Yuzhong getting selected by ALVA, so much work getting done. And of course, the Fredrin priority, absolutely unkillable in those team fights. And Miracle Gaming, I don't want to say that they played poorly, but definitely there was lapse of judgments, right? You can see the priority of having both Hashi and Shiro always dive the backline, but they neglect their own backline. They get assassinated by this Yuzhong who just flies in.
Yeah, the Yuzhong was, I think, this early engagement here, the biggest dive was that Miracle Gaming, they needed some sort of items and timing, right? They cannot force early aggression because of the fact that Esmeralda and Adams needs a little bit more items to build stacks. In this case, when they finally got it, we saw a very strong presence of how Shiro and Prime Hachi is able to contribute to all these team fights. But like you said as well, there's no one protecting the backlines. That's going to be the most important one. They needed to play around Zukarian, but time and time again, Evo Esports, they just don't really care, you know? That's the power of what Kaja brings to the table. Like, I think one of those fights as well, we did see how Zukarian kind of just get completely flopped the fact that the Divine Judgment paired up with the Valentina's combo pretty much destroys a Barat, who's arguably one of the most tankiest heroes in this game just because of the Divine Judgment.
Yeah, and this is definitely kind of that minor mistake, I would say, from Miracle Gaming. They tried to get a pick off or trying to save their front line. It felt like kind of it was a rash decision, right? So Satoru thought he could get a kill and get out, but obviously we've seen Evo, they have a lot of mobility and at the same time just incredible crowd control from their heroes. A 9-1 on this Fredrin. I mean, both games we had a Fredrin jungle and both Fredrins have been phenomenal.
You know, Fredrin is just so annoyingly hard to play. No cap, you know, to build on those stacks, to get those decisions here. He's got one of the shortest things in the game, but it's just extremely annoying because once he gets his claw on you, he will not let go. And that's the power of what Fredrin brings to the table. So far, 2 games in a row, both teams playing around Fredrin a lot. So this is something that I think it's very ban-worthy, especially next phase of the drafts here, especially when both teams has had huge success on this hero. I feel like the Edith was a little bit of a over-panic ban coming from Evo Esports, but it's okay. It's all good for them. They had first pick 2 games in a row. First pick pretty much won the game. And based on his itemizations as well, so Satoru, he's opted to go for the Moskov. Based on the damage output-wise, he's only done 42,000. And I can't really blame him, considering that he can't exactly have a pretty decent matchup to actually poke his damage. Whereas if you think compare it with Biston, 66,000 on this Melissa, all you gotta do is throw your voodoo dolls, and everyone just takes damage from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, he can't even stay in the fight, right? You have Oppa just flying at him. And I just realized that, you know, you look at the team composition of Miracle Gaming, they have pretty terrible ultimates for the Valentina to steal, except for one, the Numenon Blast.
Yeah.
And it actually happened a couple of times in the background where this stolen ultimate just completely wrecks Miracle Gaming's draft. But we get a game 3. And I want to see that Fredrin get banned out, honestly. I want to see how is this going to pivot both teams in terms of that jungle direction, because honestly speaking, there's a bit too much Fredrin nowadays.
Yeah, I think so too. But at the same time, I feel like there's just so much we can actually talk about in terms of what if, what could have, what should have, because there were very, very clear communication mistakes coming from both sides, especially in game number 2. Game 1, not really a big issue. Both teams were playing neck and neck. Game 2, pretty obvious coming from both sides. Hopefully in game 3, they're able to fix it off and proceed and just let bygones be bygones and focus on the objectives here. But as of yet, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll be back with the decider match and who will advance and who will bow out. My name is ICBaby12 and this is Husky, and you guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, we be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame, we be bougie, y'all sound the same, we be, mama got game, yeah, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do, we be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through, push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 1 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the upper bracket for our quarterfinals per se. Evo Esports against Miracle Gaming, 1-1 so far. We're heading into Game 3 next. I'm Husky alongside IC Baby 1-2. So far this series has not disappointed, honestly.
I hope you guys are enjoying yourself because haha, 1-1. It is Valentine's Day as well. It's a feels bad moment here because single people watching here. I like how, you know, I'm not gonna lie, ESL has one of the most interesting captions on their poster. I just saw it as well. If you're not, you know, people are celebrating outside here. If you're single, you're watching here. We're all pretty much sad boys. But at the same time, 1-1 game decider match. Game 3 is gonna be the decider for both these teams. Who's gonna advance? Because our predictions are pretty much split down in the middle right now, and there can only be one winner after this series. Is it gonna be Evo Gaming or is it gonna be Miracle Gaming? I do see some chats as well. A lot of Miracle Gaming fans here.
Yep, had to come down to this one game. But before that, we gotta thank Samsung Galaxy for being a part of this amazing journey. In previous installments, we talked a lot about their Z Fold 4, but guess what? Just in time for Valentine's Day, get yourself a Galaxy S23 Ultra for yourself, for your partner, doesn't
Confess
matter.
your love with it. I swear, it works not every time, but probably 80%
It
chance
increases your odds, but there's
80%. I'll say it's 80%.
there's a chance that you confess your love with the phone, and then your crush uses the phone.
No,
to
your
block
crush is
you,
probably dating somebody else.
or she used the phone to block you on social media. That's gonna be the most
Ow.
most ironic thing ever. But
You speak
anyways,
as if you speak from experience.
I have not confessed my love with a phone, thankfully.
But with other things?
With other things, no. I've seen people do it. I've observed people around me do something like that.
Enlighten me.
So the phone thing, right? I've seen examples of it. But all you need to know, or everyone needs to know, is that rest assured, I've not done anything like that. Partially because I'm not dumb, and partially because I cannot afford it. Without further ado, Game 3 coming out in less than half a minute. I do think that, you know, we discussed a bit about the Fredrin ban, right?
Okay.
Like want to see it come true and see how teams pivot from the draft. But aside from it, what can you kind of give us regarding the individual teams?
They need to buy the phone and then play good with it.
Absolutely.
That's straightforward. You know, just get the phone and they'll get better at this game. But okay, jokes aside, you know, let's talk about the drafts a little bit here. Fredrin needs to go, for sure. I feel like a lot of teams, they just completely ignore the Mortis. Mortis, I still think, is one of the stable heroes just because of the fact that it can be very disruptive to team fights, and the Decimation acts like a kill threshold where you pretty much guarantee yourself kills after kills. Kind of similar like how the Karina used to be played as well. Dayrov was a really good example, but I'm really surprised he just completely ignored it as well. Just because of the fact that maybe Fredrin was there, that's why Mortis is just not a good matchup. Like, Mortis versus Fredrin is still like a 50-50 matchup. So hopefully things get a little bit better. But now, Game 3 is on its way. This is going to be the draft. Evo Esports going to be on the blue side and Miracle Gaming on the red side. So, please ban the Fredrin.
Definitely a shift of priority. I think, like, if you want to ban the Fredrin, it has to be from Miracle Gaming.
Okay, fair enough.
Like,
fair
because they are on red side. But for Evo, I do want to see them move away from the Edith ban. I do agree. I feel like it is a ban which is like, yeah, for safety measures, but now we kind of figure out a way the Edith, well, still a priority. Okay.
I think when it comes to Game 2, Evo's Esports, if you think about how the drafts kind of went, right? They had a very similar ban draft, but the hero picks coming from Evo Esports kind of favored them a little bit more because they have the meta hero pickups, right? It's the most efficient way to actually win the game. Miracle Gaming was picking up heroes which I don't think was super top tier. If you think about it, first pick Maraz was a little bit questionable for me. Moskov second pick, also a questionable pickup for me, which I think there are just so many other heroes that just bring so much more value to the table. I'm not exactly sure what Miracle Gaming was trying to think from game number 2. Maybe draft issues, but game 3 is where things get a little bit serious, right?
Yeah.
Evo Esports, they double down that, hey, the draft kind of worked for the bans, but I feel like the reason why Miracle Gaming lost was because of that. They picked up heroes that just didn't exactly make sense. It looked flashy, it looked really cool, it looked extremely annoying, but it wasn't the usual textbook that we are going to be facing off coming from Evo Esports. So I wouldn't mind that Evo Esports tries to do it again, but this time it's going to be Miracle Gaming picking a completely different draft. But as soon as I say it, Fredrin,
yeah,
bye-bye.
has to go. Fredrin 1-1, no Hayabusa. here's a theory. Here's a fan theory, right? What if what if Miracle Gaming was just kind of testing the waters in Game 2? Feel really confident
feels
game
like it gives me an impression of what Toadout would usually do. I swear to God, that felt like they were trying to do a Toadout right there.
Like I have a part of me is inclined to say no, but I agree. I agree. We have seen plenty of examples of that. No disrespect to Toadout. I think they're still one of the greatest teams we have, but you know, there are times that you just want to have fun.
No, this is experimental. They love like, trying out new things.
And
because
have fun, right? You gotta be able to enjoy
fair
it. Right?
enough. Fair enough.
Not in this game though. This is a most important game.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fanny ban out. So Miracle Gaming, yeah, the glue, right? I was about to say glue, very staple ban. Now without the Fredrin, it is going to kind of shift that opening pick for Evo.
Okay, glue makes a lot of sense. First pick here. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, we
completely ignored
forgot.
it.
Yeah,
Joy.
we completely forgot.
Joy, you know, is great in terms of flexible pickup here. I have tried playing Joy, not a big fan of it, but so far, based on the meta and the pro scene here, a lot of them love playing Joy on the XP with Vengeance. Personally, I've never won a game with it. Sorry to say, I've never won a game with it. I've won it with probably in a jungle Joy, but even that is not really a popular pickup. So I'm really surprised with how it's just so annoying because there's just so many ways to actually deal with Joy, right?
Yeah.
It is technically a quote-unquote mobility hero, right? Heroes like Kufra just completely destroys the purpose of what Joy brings to the table.
Or Kaja.
Or even
Like
Kaja
she
as
dashes
well.
in, you just grab her with the Divine
she's dead.
Judgment, and she's dead. And then you have the Valentina, you kind of double down on that as well, right? The fear also, you know, makes it incredibly tough. Joy, ideally, you want to stick onto someone, you want to be, you know, dashing in and out, causing destruction, but you can't do it when there's someone like Franco or Kaja to kind of lock you down. Evo themselves going for that Brody and that Kufra.
I don't like it. Like, personally, the reason why I didn't like it is because knowing the fact that Miracle Gaming may have a potential to actually pick up the Kufra, but they pretty much show their hand. I'm picking up the Kaja. I don't think I'll be playing
Kufra,
XP.
right?
I'm not going to be playing a Kufra, right? Unless you put a Kaja at XP lane, which oftentimes can be the case. But I feel like Evo Esports, they overthink this a little bit too much, expecting that Miracle Gaming may be picking up the Kufra as a roamer and put Kaja at XP lane, which we've seen it possible, but it completely diminishes the fact that a Kaja won't be as mobile as you want a Kaja to be, especially in teamfights.
Yeah, and I think that if they go for that direction, right, there's also a lot of emphasis on that laning phase, essentially giving esports more space on the map. With that being said, Miracle Gaming, they do get the hands on that carry for the first time. That's going to be a bit of a problem for the Kufra.
Yeah, I think the Kufra is okay coming from Evo Esports. It's a great way to just completely lock down the carry, make sure that this carry just can't do anything. But of course, carry can vice versa as well, completely shut down the Kufra if the Kufra misses the Tyrant Revenge, which is something that oftentimes do happen. It's not an easy skill to actually land off as well because it's a pretty flashy one, it's pretty difficult. When it hits real hard, it looks pretty cool. You just completely shut down the opponents. But as of yet, Miracle Gaming, they're banning off the Archive. They're just completely letting, denying, I'd say, your name, his jungle possibility. They didn't opt to go for Martis in Game 1 and Game 2. So I think in the minds of Miracle Gaming, they don't really care about the Mortis is going to be on off or not. And they're just straight off banning off Comfort Heroes based on statistics of Game 1 and Game 2 in terms of their priority picks from both sides.
Is there a possibility that Evo Esports just starts running assassin jungles, right? With Hayabusa out, the Ling is kind of like the next on the list.
I think Link it's okay. Link is great when it comes to split push potential. Joy doesn't have a great response against Ling. Kufra doesn't have a great response against Ling as well. Fanny okay, Fanny is still
Fanny's
there.
banned
So
Fanny's what about Link for Evo though?
Don't really like it. Split push potential is there, but I feel like Evo Esports, they need to be putting up pressure with the jungle this game. Just because of the fact that Joy can't exactly join early team fights. Kufra doesn't have strong early pressure. Brody is great defensive-wise. So in terms of going for Assassin, yeah, I think it can work. I think now that you think about it, yeah, I think it could work. I think the Link can actually work for Evo Esports if they go for it.
It is a possibility, right?
Yeah,
nonetheless,
very,
I mean, we still haven't seen any of those jungle picks. I mean, Xavier and Akai last two bans for Miracle Gaming. Evo Esports actually taking out the Esmeralda. I don't know what this last ban is going to be.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
pretty good one as well. The Yuzhong's a big threat coming from themselves. They know for a fact that Lapu Lapu is still in the pool as well, which is something that both sides can actually capitalize on as well. But I feel like EVO Esports is in a very tough spot where how do they pick a hero where it doesn't give big major ultimates to this Valentina? In this case, Miracle Gaming, I'm taking the Martis. Nothing for you. So majors department-wise, if he picks a Eve, Valentina's gonna capitalize on that. Picks a Kadita, Eve will make it work even stronger, even though you can go for one-shot potential. So they need to pick a strong mage where it doesn't give a strong Valentina out. In this case, Lunox, not too bad, but okay.
Not the worst, right?
Not the worst, but okay.
There's I mean,
I feel like a Kagura would be nicer, but it doesn't do enough damage.
Yeah. And then Lunox has a defensive capability, right? Like you don't get dragged away by the Kaja, you don't get accidentally clipped by the Martis. And so I think overall it's just a safer pick. Well, honestly, the only gold ultimate right now I can see that can be stolen is probably the Kufra ult.
Which I think is going to be very, very difficult to
Yeah,
land
you don't
on
want to
here.
be in front. And now you have a Boxer to deal with.
Boxer jungle. We haven't seen that for a very, very long time.
Very long.
I'm a big fan of the Boxer jungle. It brings so much in terms of objective clearing. It brings so much in terms of degeneration. However, based on this composition, Miracle Gaming doesn't have a lot of regeneration heroes. And I don't know. This Boxer feels a little bit forced out coming from EVO Esports.
But it's also one of those picks where it's like, it brings back memories, right? Back then, Boxer and Kaja were either an inseparable duo or you see them one on each side. But I think in this case, if we're looking at ultimates that you don't want to be stolen, honestly, Boxer is not the worst. It kind of does take away if Miracle Gaming wants to run this Martis XP and run, a separate jungler. I think Boxer overall just makes it feel slightly better. We see the Darrow back up on the battlefield though. This most likely is going to be a Darrow XP once more.
Yeah, I like the drafts coming from Miracle Gaming. They have so much answers against EVO Esports. Joy can't exactly win a matchup against Darrow. Darrow just completely treads through all those armor. Boxia doesn't exactly benefit as well. Kufra is going to have a tough time. This is going to be a very difficult game for EVO Esports. I'm not going to lie, the win condition is even harder right now, but I want to see whether or not if they can actually pull it off, because as of yet, Miracle Gaming, they've got a pretty stable draft. I like it more, even though I'm rooting on EVO. I feel sad right now. I feel worried.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. It's not the like
of
you
course
always
you're
say,
not worried. You're
No, I'm asking you to not worry because
Okay.
like you always say, it's not the end until the fat lady sings.
Yes,
we
fair
have.
enough. I haven't heard that for a long time.
I'm reminding you, we have approximately 20 minutes. If we follow average game time around 20 minutes until we see the crystal blow up. But until then, I think, as much as I do agree, Miracle Gaming does seem to have a draft that that is very that looks better. But I would also argue that to execute it, it's a bit harder than what EVO has.
Yep, and as of yet, seems like they are going to be starting on the jungle this time from EVO. They will have the XP laner give a little bit of upper edge for the Boxer to rotate faster, but we do see a pause being called out coming from Miracle Gaming. They need to try and figure out what they need to do, but as of yet, in the upper hand, EVO Esports is slightly faster in terms of the jungle rotation.
How is Miracle Gaming going to kind of play that mid game out though? Because we're not looking at a
Boxer.
draft that has Miracle Gaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're not looking at a draft that has a traditional front line, like Boxer, Fredrin. This is a draft that feels like...
So, Miracle Gaming just needs to play textbook and play safe, right? They don't really need to force fights. Then they will eventually win the drafts into his later stage of game. But from EVO's side, it's a little bit more rushed because they need to capitalize on how Boxia's levels, his power spike, and gain a little bit more levels ahead of your opponent and get a little bit of kills here. Because if you think about it, Boxia level 4 going up against a level 3, Boxia will completely mow you down. The moment you had this Tortoise Response on your first pre-fight, there's pretty much nobody that can actually challenge you in a 1v1 fight at all.
Not even a Darrow.
Not even a Darrow. You will die to the Tortoise Response.
Yeah, that's good to know. Good to know. I've always wanted a solution to kill Darrow because it's very annoying.
Well, it's only level 4, but of course, once level
Yeah.
8 comes in, Darrow will completely destroy a Boxia, that's for sure. So it's all comes down about the timings, right? Like if Darrow has like 2 items in the progression here against a Boxia doesn't even stand a chance unless you get like what? Blade armor with a Dreadnought armor. And even that amount of tankiness, if you think about it, Steel Leg Leggings from the Dominance Ice as a value one for 800 gold, plus the Dreadnought armor, plus a Blade armor, a Darrow with 2 items will still stretch through that.
Yeah, that's just
it's
Darrow
hard.
thing.
It's just Darrow thing.
Just Darrow
It's
thing.
disgusting. Especially when Fury Hammy now is the meta. They've got to change it. They've got to change this meta for the next patch.
I'm pretty sure it's coming soon. Actually,
Next week or a week or two. I've got the patch notes.
I do. I haven't. I don't remember everything, but I know that some of your staple pop heroes, My Series Resurgence, Hanabi is one of the most talked about. Is there, but it's kind of useless. I don't think that will come back, but I'm just saying, there is some effort being put into it.
I swear, Hanabi has been buffed so many times, still not relevant in the scene, man. I feel genuinely bad for the hero, and all my friends who talk a lot of smack to me say, hey, Hanabi's meta now. Hanabi's meta now. Played in ranked game, yes, we won the game, despite how hard the game went.
Yeah, didn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. I mean, when you have
Hard.
20 other heroes that do the same thing but better, it's a bit hard. But I'm optimistic. I saw a Hanabi today. We beat the crap out of the Hanabi.
Yeah, shout out to you, Rose Gaming. That's you. That's your Hanabi right there.
Don't worry. You'll get more buffs.
But at the same time, we're going to see a matchup coming in from this matchup itself. As you can see, Prime Hashi, as well as, well, there's a little bit of harassment coming in. Miracle Gaming, they're getting dived on, and you can see the power of the Boxer coming into play, and first blood in his favor. And here he comes as well. Miracle Gaming, they need to dodge the fight. They call in Zukari to come in, but they just can't force the fight. And Evo Esports, they'll take first blood just like that. And, well, I just gave you a prime example of why you need Boxia to just get aggression. You just can't take a fight like that.
I just want to say, the audacity to walk up like that, I honestly feel like it is... I always feel like Miracle Gaming felt compelled that they need to do something to stop the Baxia, but at the same time, they don't really have the heroes to stop the Baxia early on. The Martis was on the other side of the map. Obviously, it's just first blood, but, it's a taste of what Evo Esports can do. And even this bottom lane, they're giving everything to Satoru. But last game, they gave everything to him, and he was not able to do much.
Yeah, but as of yet, it seems like Miracle Gaming, they just need to play it a chill pill, right? The first turtle is going to be an objective coming from both sides. They're setting up ambushes coming from Miracle Gaming. They want to go there to jump on those Boxia, but once again, they just don't have damage. I said once again, there's not a lot of heroes that can actually beat a Boxia in the first phase level 4. But into the middle stage game, this is where things will be vice versa. And of course, debatable. But as of yet, Miracle Gaming, they don't need to force the issue, they just need to buy time and drag it out. Maybe even stall the turtle as long as they're not even trying to contest it, but seems like they are going to try and make it an attempt, and the rest of Evo Esports is here to party. They're zoning out Zukarian, but the back lines, you can see Kaja is almost close to that Divine Judgment to actually go in for the pull, but they do force a fight, and now Evo Esports, they're collapsing on them, but eventually Miracle Gaming says we will come on top. Retribution stolen as well by Zukarian, and now Evo Esports, they need to run away. However, Zukarian still has the decimation, almost finishes off Zanri, where Zanri will survive, but Miracle Gaming, what a good play right here.
Absolutely incredible play from Miracle Gaming. It was Zanri who got a 2-man engage. They dove in. They ended up losing the fight, unless I believe it was Zukarian who basically separated the entire battle line, got that first decimation in, started that reset. Miracle Gaming kind of surviving that, and that kind of was the worst case scenario that could have happened to Evo. I was looking at Miracle Gaming, didn't even have his ultimate, didn't matter.
Yeah, that was so risky coming from both sides here. It could have gone either way. It was pretty much a 50-50 coin flip, but you got to be counting your lucky stars, because Miracle Gaming, they could have lost it as well. Because fortunately for them, they were able to take out your name from the get-go. That was the biggest prize here. No retribution from the team fight. Turtle is pretty much easy done and dusted for Zukarian. And this is where Miracle Gaming, with that play, they are going to have this Martis try and snowball even harder. Whereas for your name-wise, he's going to lose his power spike very early compared to before.
Uh-oh, Hashi getting gone on, already flickered away. He has no way out. Easy kill for Evo.
Oh, great catch coming from them as well. They know for the fact this Zidorov cannot be allowed to leave this game, considering how game 1 went. But Evo, they're expecting aggression coming from Miracle Gaming. Here comes a Divine Judgment. Instantly counter from Zeri. He's saving Business Life, making him okay. And now they're going for the retreat. However, they do pick off one. And this is going to be the rest of the teams coming from Miracle Gaming to try and get Shiro out of safety. Whereas Evo Esports, they will be able to hold on for now.
And the fact that Evo just killed off the Dyro means that they have so much space around the map to move around, and they're going to pin the Zukarian. It's going to take a while to kill him off. He does have that CC immunity, able to get out. No damage, not enough at least from Evo to get him away.
Yep, Corrosion side being purchased coming from Sataru, so that's going to be a lot of slows coming in. Evo Esports, they've got to be a little bit more careful on what their next engagement is, but as of yet, Purple Buff has been finished off coming from your name. Turtle already preemptively prepared and set up by Miracle Gaming. And they are gonna try and force the hell. He might be diving a little bit too much, but here a Tyrant Rage comes in. They're collapsing on them, and Evo Esports gets the first jump. They take out the Martis. No Martis available, but the rest of Miracle Gaming is still alive. They've got Prime Hashi in the vicinity, but they need to back out. The damage coming from Lunox is just a little bit too much, and no one keeping Opper in check as well. And this is gonna be a free turtle in the hands of Evo Esports.
Yeah, and this is a game where, unlike game number 1, Hashi just could not do much. Crowd control was there from Evo. And again, right, Zukarin definitely did his best, but I just love how Zanri engages. Actually went for the Kaja of all things, really stopping any playmaking potential from Miracle Gaming, finally getting a turtle, actually getting the lead for themselves in terms of gold as well.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit more careful as well, especially coming from Miracle Gaming.
Lead for themselves in terms of gold as well.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit more careful as well, especially coming from Miracle Gaming. He needs to be very objective on what he needs to catch, but as of yet, he makes sure the Kaja doesn't do too much. It knows for a fact that, oh, on top lane, Shiro almost dying to this as well, and Evo now going to be in an awkward situation. Opper left all alone, doesn't have his stacks actually dash out. With the decimation buff available, Xandri is going to try and keep him in check, but guess what? He's just only buying time for his teammates.
Nothing much that Zukaran can do. They had the Divine Judgment, but no damage. As time passes by, I feel like Miracle Gaming would definitely feel a bit more relief having to carry on their side. Top tier 1 also goes down. Hashi doing what Aderov does best in Your Name. Just trying to keep it in place for now. Flash 1 now comes in. This should be an easy kill.
That's your answer right there. How to beat Aderov. Pick a box, yeah.
Yeah, just... For now, right? He hasn't had the items yet.
Yeah, he hasn't had the items yet, but at the same time, he doesn't have the toys for Son. But no, the flicker forward, trying to go for the Tyrant Revenge, but didn't happen as well from Zanri. He doesn't have his ultimate available, so things would have been a little bit of a disaster, but Miracle Gaming, he'll be fine. But Zukarin got a little bit stuck on the wall. Oh.
They did get the flicker out of Soul Satoru, though. That is pretty crucial if you're Evo Esports. Definitely a good read from the carry nonetheless. Ambush setup, bot side, they get the pull, Zanri all the way back. It's gonna take a while to shred through him, but they have a carry, and the executor comes through, so Karen's collects that kill.
Not exactly the most ideal target here, but at the same time, he gets the job done. However, Your Name's gonna be here as well. Miracle doesn't have the Divine Judgment, but I don't think they do have the damage to shut him out as of yet. But what I do know is that Soul Satoru is in the stage where he needs the Golden Staff to actually try and take advantage of those light views coming in from this carry. And I think Evo Esports, they know for a fact that they are slowly losing their timings. And as you can see, the itemization as well. We do see a Genius 1-up on Opper. They're hoping that this draw is going to do a little bit more in terms of teamfight potential. We do see a Clock of Destiny up on towards Flash 1 as well. Maybe looking for that Lightning Truncheon later on. Yeah, he is going to get it very, very soon. And once those items comes up, we do start to see a little bit more damage output coming from Flash 1. And I think that's where the key winning factor is going to be playing here. But now the fight is about to break down.
3 people up top. And that is 60%, well, 40% of Zanri's HP gone thanks to Hashi alone. Evo really wants the top tier 1. They'll get it for free. No contest at all. Miracle Gaming looking for kind of a movement down, but it's going to be Oppo though, showing up, just poking and prodding at Soul Satoru, but if he gets dragged back, that's a conceal. Miracle Gaming looking for it. There is the Vengeance though. He's pretty darn tanky. They can't stretch through him fast enough. Oppo gets out of it, and Your Name just puts his body in front. Prime Hashi just showed up. Shiro is there as well. Flash run for the backup coming in from Evo. And now the Kufra. Oh, Zanri from the back catches 2. Shiro goes down. Miracle Gaming is also out. Piston can't find Soul Satoru. But Evo Esports have won this fight for sure. It's 3 for the price of 1.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be a 3 for a price of 2 now, considering that they got the jungler from the Darrow, but you could see how Prime Hashi was struggling to actually punish both the Boxia as well as Opper just because of the fact that they're just so darn tanky. But as of yet, Miracle Gaming, they have to take a little bit of a slow boat right here because of the fact that they do have so much damage now, and Evo Esports, they finally got their win condition, and that's pretty much Flash 1 carrying the team here. He just got his Lightning Truncheon in that team fight as well, and because of that, Miracle Gaming just could not stand a chance. And now, it's back to the drawing board for them. They need to wait up for Soul Satoru to get this Golden Staff available, and once that comes in, things will be a little bit more different now, and the momentum will shift a little bit better towards Miracle Gaming.
But I just love what Evo is doing, right? They're protecting his tier 1. And as long as this turret stands, Miracle Gaming will find it a bit difficult to take control of that Lord Pit. Gonna try again at least. Trying to get this turret. He can't do it.
Oh no.
So Karen just shows up and he almost goes down. Now the Boxer is on the scene. Evo have full control of this Lord Pin Zukarin. You can't get that greedy recon, not in that position. And he can go down as well.
This is huge for Evo Esports. They bullied them out. They know for a fact that as long as the Mortis doesn't get the reset, this Lord is going to be in their position to actually go in for the retreat contest. But as of yet, with the Tortoise Poissons down as well, he's a little bit worried that the Dwarf might shred him off, so they are going to play this a bit safe here. Taking the tier 1 is going to be the safer call, trying to get a little bit more space contracted here. But now, with Turtle being taken now, Evo also needing force to back off as well, considering Opera through his body to make space to secure the tier 1. So both sides need to go for the reset, and it's going to be a stalemate from both sides for now.
Opera able to hold on to the Vengeance, so very, very good for Evo. Considering the circumstances, Miracle Gaming resetting that Lord, pushing Evo away, it's good enough, right? They had to expand the Divine Judgment of all things, but you know, at the end of the day, it was not to look for a kill in any regard. Golden Staff still not up yet for Soul Satoru, and the timing definitely a bit off if you're Miracle Gaming.
I genuinely feel bad for Shiro, considering that what does he steal right here? Like, Brilliance is pretty much the only thing he can steal, either Darkness as well, which is something that's very, very difficult to do. But so far, Evo Esports, you can see that Flash One has been hiding very, very safely in all these positions here, and Miracle Gaming, they can't take the initiative. They need to play those kind of counter-engagement fights, but seems like they are going to try. Divine Judgment onto your name. They are going to try and stretch her through with the carry, and they finally get the kill, and that's huge, because that's exactly what they needed to do. And now Zukarin, with the Sky Gun and helmet, he is going to be way much more comfortable in this situation here. Joy needs to back out, and this is Miracle Gaming's time to shine, as they force the Lord. Zanri looks for the big Tyrant's Rage, but no, instantly gets cancelled by Zukarin. Tyrant's Rage as well, but no follow through coming from Evo's Esports. They lose the Lord. They might lose even more members, but need to make a run for it. And that's going to be Evo Esports making a run for it. But no, Prime Hashi says, you're not getting away despite the outplays coming from Biston. What a catch coming from Prime Hashi. I've never seen that before.
Just full-on covered the entire lane. Its ultimate flicker into his dash. This lovely play. Able to recall in time for as well, so he's going to keep the inhibitor turret alive. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Miracle Gaming continuing to hammer down on the structure, forcing back the front line of Evo Esports. Divine Judgment is there, but holding on to it for now. The Lord also taking care of business in the mid lane. Miracle Gaming back in the driver's seat.
My goodness, Evo Esports, they just got completely dumpstered by a dare off here, especially coming from Biston. He got a pretty big outplay here, taking advantage of the minions to actually reposition himself. He thought he was fine, but Prime Hashi said, you know, no, you are not getting out of that alive, because as of yet, Evo Esports, they weren't expecting all this aggression, and I talked about how Miracle Gaming needs to drag this out late game. Ladies and gentlemen, this is late game. The carry's online. Look at this. He's got the golden staff, and because of that, they were able to shred through the HP of this box here. That's not exactly the most ideal situation. However, your name is going to be in an awkward position. You can see the carry starting to make work onto this box here. Forces it to Toys Mason. Not looking good for Evo Esports as of yet.
Absolutely not. And that is that at the cost of nothing. Evo Esports could not do anything. Soul Satoru did use his ultimate, but it's an ultimate that even without, he can still output kind of a heap of damage. Next Lord in 78 seconds though. Evo Esports now have a bit of time to stabilize, stay in the lane. They didn't lose any inhibitor turrets. Trying to look for some moves on the map, but it's getting harder and harder. Maybe Hashi is a good target. They jump in with Zanri, and Zukarin just knocks all of them away. And now you have Miracle Gaming coming through with the pull. Your name absolutely shredded in that team fight. So Satoru able to get away, but Appa needs to go kills. He's jumping left, right, and center. Vengeance straight to the back line. Oh, Appa doing such a good job. Piston as well. It's a fight, and Evo is winning, and Shiro is the last man alive.
What a catch coming from Zanri to set up for the 5-man Tyrant's Rage into the Brilliance to completely mow him down. Miracle Gaming did not expect that at all. That's why he was a pro player. Zanri gladly sacrificed this here. Want to turn it around, but it's up to Shiro to survive this. But eventually, they will trade 1 for 1. But Shiro, he needs to go in for the reset. Evo says, I don't care. I'm focusing on Crystal. He's throwing body burst, but Oper, he won't take him out, and the Crystal won't fall. And Evo Gaming closes up the series, makes a comeback, and takes the full game against Miracle Gaming. What a turn of events here for the first game, first series, first ever season for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Evo Esports not only got an incredible reverse sweep, but they also lock in a slot in the challenge group stage. The 2-in-1 affair. But what a turnaround in the end, right? It was everything coming into place, right? They lost the Baxia, but like you mentioned, Zanri got an incredible engage. You have, Biston who stayed alive, and of course, ALVA finally able to put that joy to good use. Basically, just bulldozing the back line. But here we are, Evo Esports making it through. But if you are fans of Miracle Gaming, don't worry. Later on, there is still the lower bracket run for them. If they win the lower bracket series, they still qualify for Challenge Group stage. It's just they gotta play a bit longer.
Well, it's not over yet, but
No?
in case you guys missed out on how the game went out, let's talk about the highlights coming in here, because if you think about how the match actually brought down, Miracle Gaming played a beautiful game in terms of trying maintaining the pressure, right? Evo Esports, they were able to get a lot of free picks all from the get-go, but eventually the super underrated player here is actually Flash 1, right? The Lunox pickup is just brings so much damage. We haven't seen too much of his action, but the moment he got his Lightning Trunkin, things got a little bit different. I kind of predicted this during the game, but they just needed that one big wombo combo, because all this time you can see Flash 1 is always in a position where he needs to find the right targets to actually finish him off, and it all comes down to whether or not Zanri finds the perfect engagement, or in this case, whether or not Miracle Gaming survives the initial burst and turn the tides in their favor.
I mean, your name is essentially kind of the shock bait, right? They throw every one of their skills at the Baxter, and suddenly you have Zanri. Look at that. This guy shows up, instantly catches the member off guard, winning the team fight. This is also one of the more important ones that they were able to kind of stop Miracle Gaming. And I think because of this team fight win, that Tier 1 survived for so long that it didn't matter when it came to that eventual Lord pickup by Miracle Gaming. Sure, they got the lead, but Evo bought so much time.
Yeah, it's crazy how things happen as well. And this was a pretty flashy pick coming from Prime Hashi, because I did not expect him to actually go for die. But here, Zanri, he got a break catch. It was a great, okay, I would say, engagement, but he didn't have the fight. But as soon as they saw everyone there, look at the brilliance coming in from the Flash Run. The true damage dealer wasn't the Brody, it was actually Lunox. This is where things got completely south for Miracle Gaming, as everyone was so low to deal with this Brody and just touch out the game. So well done coming from Evo Gaming, especially for Zanri. But of course, the MVP goes to Flash 1, but I feel like Zanri got the biggest catch of his life.
Yeah, definitely the biggest cash. Cashed in on the win. You were looking for player of the game. I mean, Zanri set it up and everyone followed suit. Evo Esports. It is another reverse sweep, right? If you just watch game 1, you would think that, alright, this is a Miracle Gaming series, no question. But if you watch the entire series, this is as close as it can get. And in the closest game of this best of 3, we get one of the best team plays from Evo Esports. I wouldn't have asked for it any other way.
Yep, I swear to God, I did not expect this game to go as close as it's supposed to be, because I was expecting a little bit more one-sided edge, but my oh my, this is why you should be watching the Snapdragon Pro Series, because this is where the pros will become gods, and this is their journey on how they climb Mount Olympus. In this case, Valentine's Day, I feel like Evo Esports has got to be happy here, because they just won the biggest Valentine's ever.
They just locked in a minimum of $800 US.
Hey, sounds like a good plan.
It's a good deal, but to cash out, you gotta wait for a while.
Fair
All
enough.
I'm saying that money is already there, but that aside, they also get to compete in the challenge group stage, right? It leads to greater paths. So Evo Esports get to rest for the rest of the night, but for Miracle Gaming, well, the night has just begun. Lower bracket later on.
Yep, indeed. But as of yet, there's just so much to actually talk about when it comes to their play styles and towards the decisions here. But this will be left to another day, because as of yet, Evo Esports, they will advance. But Miracle Gaming, they have to fight all the way from the lower bracket. So hopefully they will make it. We will see more from them. But we do see a lot of signs of brilliance coming from both these teams here. A little bit of mistakes here and there, but at the same time, they are as good as you can get, because I think if they were to go up against a pro team, they would give them a run for their money, because Evo is a pretty good team.
And I just want to say, I know this has been a fact for the past few seasons, but it's good to see other regions showing all these talents, right? Back then it was such a MYSG heavy, well, let's just say that if Malaysian, Singaporean teams go up against teams from lesser known regions, except for Philippines and Indonesia, we always have that favoritism, right? We always feel like an MY team is just so much better. But right now, we're getting a bit of a stat check from Flash 1. This is the guy that you said to keep your eyes on, the hidden MVP. Lunox in Game 3, but overall, it's good to see someone from another region is giving us a reality check. they're also catching up.
He's super underrated as well as Ludong. He's just super low-key. He was getting the right target as well. But the final pick here, KDA of 10.1 on this Ludong, 78% kill participation, GPM 599, and DPM of 3,454 out of all the games so far. That's a pretty good starting stats here, but I'm going to be keeping my eyes out on Flash One in the near future as well on how things are going to be going on for him. But as of yet, he definitely picked my mind. Super underrated mage so far. Did not expect him at all.
It's a pick that you got us scratching our heads for a bit, right? Like, why we're looking at Lunox, you know, where's the E, where's the Kagura, but at the end, I think he's deathless, or maybe he died like one time. Doesn't really matter at the end though. Still won the game. They get to take a break for now. We have the lower bracket coming up, but if you are just tuning in, just know that this broadcast would not have been possible without one of our partners, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast within every one of us. We are bleeding green and we'll continue to do so, so check them out, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Exactly. Remember, it is Valentine's Day. Get yourself a Monster Energy before you unleash the beast and have yourself a pretty good time and a lovely day. But of course, when it comes to games as well, it's not over yet. We have more games for you later on, and upcoming match, we are going to be having Error 404 going up against Goodfellas for this matchup. And this is where we will take a glimpse on the lower brackets.
Yep.
And one of these teams is going to be eliminated by today.
Yeah, one of these teams will have their hopes dashed after one best of 3, but we'll give them some time to set things up while we go catch our breath as well. But do stay tuned though, Elimination Series coming up right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping. Till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes, I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more.
Hey, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name is ICBB12, joining me is Husky as we take you through today's game so far. We had an amazing first series just now in the upper brackets, and we have so much to talk about in terms of games as well. And of course, for these guys watching at home, happy Valentine's Day, and I hope you guys enjoy some Mobile Legends Bang Bang action. But as we get, Husky, what are we going to be expecting for this upcoming match?
Well, we just sent Evo Esports and 3 other teams to the Challenge Group stage and also top 8. But right now is a more heartbreaking series. It's the lower bracket elimination. We get the privilege to look at 404 against Goodfellas later on coming up. Another best of 3, but by the end of this, one team goes to the Challenge Group stage, one team basically goes home.
Oh, this is going to be a heartwarming one as well because there is going to be so much to talk about. But in case you guys are missing out on the action as well, we have not broadcast every single match, but we do keep you guys updated on how the teams have been progressing so far. These are your updated brackets for today. As you can see, in the upper brackets, we have Evo Esports, GameLab going to be going up against GameLab tomorrow or the day after, and Sway Esports going up against PBN Strike. Whereas on the lower brackets here, we have Arrow 404 going up against Goodfellas, fighting for their tournament lives. TUPAI Esports Z going up against Tiger WONG Esports, also fighting for their tournament lives. ALVA 8 against BUTWHY, and of course Team RENO and also TBD, whoever is going to be losing from the top side.
Yeah, I think that should be Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, most likely it's going to be Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, Miracle Gaming.
It is Miracle Gaming.
There it is. Miracle Gaming against Team
Production
RENO.
works fast.
Very fast. Lovely. As always. Love what we're having. But yeah, we're going to keep our eyes on Arrow 404 against Goodfellas, whereas the other 3 elimination series will be running concurrently. So by the end of the series on broadcast, we'll get to see the updated brackets. Just know that right now, actually by the end of this evening, 4 teams will be sent home and 4 teams will get the 4 final slots into Challenge Group stage. Let's take a look at the teams individually though, because we gotta take a look at the roster before we dive in further. Starting with Error 404, Natsu, Lord Ricky, Cloven, For Secret, Yamikaze.
Well, have not seen any of these players yet, and considering that they are here fighting for tournament lives, hopefully they will learn more from whatever mistake they've made so far in the upper bracket just now. Now, as of yet, there's just so much to actually consider what kind of composition we are going to be seeing so far. But based on the drafts here, I hope, and I just hope, that we are going to be seeing a little bit more Frederick coming from Lord Ricky, because he is going to be potentially playing that. Or, in other terms, we might see a potential Natalia jungle, if it actually happens. But their opponents representing from the Philippines, we have Goodfellas up on screen.
And Goodfellas represented by BRCD, Aizu, Starboy, Teddy QT, and Sirintin. I definitely am looking forward to this lower bracket, considering how the series just now set a very high bar.
Siri Imtin. Wait, it's sorry I'm Tin, bro.
Here's the thing.
Dude,
You can't.
It's the acronym.
Yeah,
I
it's the
get it.
acronym,
I get
it's
it.
the
You're getting
acronym.
old. You're
I'm
getting old. I
old.
get it.
Sorry,
I get it.
I'm thin. All right. Right.
Yeah, sorry, we're both thin too. Yeah.
That is a Twitch clip right there. I'm just saying. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Sometimes IGNs they catch me off guard. Sorry, I'm thin. Now it sounds more direct, but it has lost its charm. It's not unique anymore.
Why?
But thanks for catching it out.
No, I didn't realize as well. I was trying to understand what it was. Like, I get it. You know, it seems like SR Yim Tin. You know, it says like Senior Yim Tin. It looks like a Chinese household name where, you know, my uncle would probably call his name, or maybe with a mixed part of Spanish where like there's Junior, Mamba Junior, Mamba Senior, or something like that.
To be fair, when everything is in capitals, it's a bit hard.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
It's fine.
That's why
it's fine.
approximation is very important. Capitals is very important. You know, question marks. You know, commas.
You know
dots,
what is
hyphens.
You know what is the most important thing?
What?
Just get an easily understandable name for yourself.
No, most important thing, get your flower confessed to your crush right now. And also cast your votes in the Twitch chat as well, because we are going to be having our match prediction right now in the Twitch chat. So if you're in the Twitch chat here, go to twitch.tv/ESLs_mobile and cast your votes down below here. Let us know, who do you think is going to win this series? Is it going to be Arrow 404, or is it going to be Goodfellas from the side of the Philippines? But as of yet, let's take a look at our predictions here in the screen. We're going to go up here. Who's it going to be? Who do you vote this time? Are we against each other again?
I'm pretty sure we have never been on the same page. I'm with the Goodfellas again.
dang.
I'm with the Goodfellas. You're with Arrow 404.
I want to be a good fella too.
You can be a good fella
But
by
that's the
actually
thing, you know.
by actually getting the right prediction.
Here, okay, fair enough. I won my own prediction, but
You did.
here's something a little bit of spicy news for you guys here in terms of Valentine's, right? There's a Chinese saying here, you know, if the guy is not a bad boy, you will not get the goal. Nice guys don't finish last.
No.
That's a harsh reality.
No,
so
no.
he's the good fella. Yeah.
I'm just saying this just for clarification. There is this saying, but it's the kind of thing you hear in high school and it never works. Do not be a bad guy. Be a good guy.
I would like to bet $100 on my phone.
On your
it says
phone.
otherwise. On all the messages I've had.
Sure. I if you want to show me blackmail material, I'll
Okay,
take it.
fair enough. You know what?
I
I'll
would take it. I would take it for
back.
$100. That is a very, very low price for something that is going to ruin you.
You're
Jokes
probably
aside.
right. You're probably right.
Jokes aside, we're going into this lower bracket elimination. I think we've kind of already seen what is possible in the Snapdragon Pro Series just from that one series we had, right? We had those very meta picks. We also had very individualistic playstyles from the teams, right? Teams that pick Alice, like Miracle Gaming. We had the Edith coming out. You think it's going to be the same for this one?
Okay, based on priority drafts here, I feel like based on region lock wise, I feel like Goodfellas stands a pretty decent chance, right? All the way from the Philippines, you know, they have a little bit more dynamic in terms of drafts here. You know how competitive the region can be is, but I want to be a little bit more skeptical. I want to see how Arrow 404 wins this, just because of that, like, we're so bored of saying like, hey, Indonesia, Philippines, best region in the world, you know, they're so strong, yada 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 yada. But no, I want to see a different region kind of shine, because over time we did see a lot of fresh new bloods from multiple regions. We've seen Cambodia, we've seen Myanmar, we've seen
even the Western
as
regions,
well, just now, even the Western regions, one of the biggest shockers to the world, especially this year and the previous years as well.
Yeah. I mean,
it's
they
the
finished,
Valley, dude.
They finished top 3 a year ago.
Damn,
I mean,
again, the Valley, dude.
again. It's only gonna get bigger. They're getting their own league. Turkey is getting their own league. You know, this is just ever expanding universe. But we're in the drafting stage. Arrow 404 on blue, Goodfellas on red, glue, first one to get banned out.
Yeah, you know, pretty meta band so far. We don't exactly have a lot of information, but this is gonna be our first time seeing them on screen here on what kind of drafts and hero picks they do like when it comes to this composition. But as of yet, I want to see what. Are we going to see the Ube strategy again here? Because first game just now, we did see it being played out coming in from the Laos team. Goodfellas, you know, from the Philippines, known for it as well. Blacklist International, maybe.
Yeah.
Might be a comfort pick going on there.
Yeah, the 1-1 getting banned is very classic. But I mean, if you have watched, you know, any of the games in the M series, you can kind of see that there is a way to defeat the Ube strategy, right? Echo completely demolished whatever Blacklist made known a year ago. It's just whether is the team confident enough to pull it off. I think, you know, Miracle Gaming show a variation of that. In this case, the fact that if any team wants to go Ube means that they have practiced it for a long time. It's not an easy thing to pull off.
I agree, but as of yet, Grok being banned off coming from Arrow 404, a great initiation hero here, which is kind of surprising considering that it was ignored as well. I think that Grok does bring so much versatility in terms of roaming, in terms to draft as well, when it comes to whether or not playing roam, playing XP, playing even to a certain degree gold laner Grok, which is kind of feasible as well in terms of chunking down damage, because in this current patch, there hasn't been a lot of emphasis on the strong marksman compared to previous seasons, where you see, hey, Beatrix, super broken. Brody, a little bit skeptical, but it's more on towards Beatrix side. Melissa hasn't had a lot of love, but so far in this current patch, we have fall back in towards a marksman where carry is pretty decent compared to the rest. And all in all, even I think oftentimes teams, especially pro teams, just completely ignore and play, you know what, we just need assassin jungle as our main carry. We don't need a strong marksman to actually win.
Yeah, kind of a callback to I think season 5 and 6, where assassin junglers were kind of a big thing, and it was just Ling and Ling and Ling and Ling and Ling, basically. So I think it's good to see a bit of the evolution, maybe a bit of a throwback to old metas, but having kind of a very distributed, a very good distribution of the weight. You need a marksman, you need potentially an assassin jungler with or without. It does make the meta a bit more healthy for a lot of these players.
True and true. But as of yet, now, seeing how the Joy has been banned off, Fanny completely being ignored, Mortis as well in the pool, Fredrin also being ignored here. Are we going to see a potential Fanny pickup here? Because considering that now, here's a little bit of rumor, right? Fanny has been broken for 2 seasons, blah, blah, blah. He's been nerfed down the ground. And we have started to see a lot of weaknesses on towards Fanny itself. Yes, you can win the early aggression, etc. But when it comes to the later stage again, it starts to fall off a little bit more. But here's a little bit fun fact for you guys here. If you guys are really, really hardcore Mobile Legends Bang Bang players, the upcoming patch, they are buffing Fanny. That's crazy.
It's good and bad.
Even though it's been nerfed, people are like, people still play it.
It's still
so
quite
hard.
strong, right? It's still pretty strong. There are ways to shut down the Fanny, right? Either you hard lock down or the game skill late enough and you have something like Fredrin, and that's probably one of the best examples to lock down a Fanny. But Fanny fans rejoice in a week or two. But we get the Kadita ban. It's something that I honestly don't expect in first phase, but that means a lot of these heroes are left open. Fredrin, again, it feels like a priority.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case as well.
There it is.
Valentina also being completely... Oh, sorry. Valentina's banned. I think Eve is something that they can actually bring into the table. Lilia is pretty decent as well, especially where we talk about heroes that benefit from Purify. Lilia is one of those very few that actually excels at using Purify. And even if the Fredrin comes in your face and taunts you, the Purify just gets you out of the taunt, pops a black shoe, you get out of safety, and this is where you start to harass the Fredrin to a degree. So I feel like picking the carry isn't not bad. Lilia isn't too shabby as well if Goodfellas decide to go for it. But when it comes to meta picks, I think double downing on the Mortis and carry, it's definitely the better choice coming from Goodfellas.
So we're going back to kind of the basics, right? You want the Mortis first pick, there we go, the carry and the Yi.
I can respect this.
It's fine. I think, you know, it's just the classic move of we are gonna take the 2 strongest picks that's available in the meta right now. It is a blind pick, but it's also those kind of blind pick that doesn't really get bothered too much by whatever the enemy has. Now you get to draft around both your cores.
I think the blind pick that doesn't give you too much, I would say, weaknesses to
It's hard to get a core pick that the core blind pick that doesn't threaten your own draft.
Exactly. So in this case, I think, you know, they've got a pretty decent run on here, but Arrow 4-4, they are in a situation where how do they deal with this Eve, right? Do they mirror this up by picking off Forza, which I think is kind of in a very awkward situation in the current meta, where it's strong, but it's not exactly strong. But Arrow 4-4, they go for the Gushin. Jungle Gushin and XP Fredrin in their vicinity. Not a big fan of this playstyle, but it's okay considering that you can actually one-shot the Eve. And so I think for Arrow 4-4, they're not going for the mirror matchup. They're just going to make sure that this Eve doesn't have a good time. Whereas Goodfellas, they need to play something to actually shut him down. In this case, I feel like Kufra is too bad. If you think about it, Gushin just can't play around the Kufra. We've got heroes such as Ruby as well, is pretty decent as well as a frontliner to actually interrupt and kind of mirror Fredrin's playstyle as well.
Here's a thought. I'm not sure if they would do it, but is there a chance that we still see this Gushin get flexed down to that mid lane?
Possible.
There's this possibility, right? You see this Fredrin in the jungle, because I think that, let's say if I want to dive at Eve and Gushin doesn't cut it, the Yuzhong does feel like a pick that you can throw into the XP lane for Arrow 404. Goodfellas, nonetheless, finished that first wave with the Barats. Very, very standard
Love
jungler.
it. I love the Barats in this situation, considering that there's just not a lot of heroes that can actually chunk through that HP of Barats. Carry being in their favor, picking this now isn't too bad. All they gotta do is just ban off maybe Kaja, maybe Dirov, maybe heroes with a lot of HP, I would say damage actually punk through HP in terms of true damage or percentage ratios is going to be in their favor. So I think banning of the Ling, just doubling down that they do not go for split push potential because of the fact that Barats can't exactly play map pressure well compared to the traditional XPs. I like the drops coming from Goodfellas, but I'm worried for Arrow 4-4. Where do they get damage to kill this Barats? Yeah. Brody doesn't have that kind of damage potential. Gushin definitely doesn't have this kind of damage to actually chunk him down, especially once the Daytona's Welcome being procced from Goodfellas.
Wonder if 404 would consider a Kaja, right? And in Kaja, you don't
Yeah.
they're still on the table. I think the Ling ban is just in case Gushin is not in the jungle, Fredrin goes XP. But I also do like the Estes ban from Arrow 404. You kind of shut down whatever potential Ube strategy that Goodfellas might be setting up, right? You see this first 3 picks, that Estes would be a perfect way to round it up. It's more like the last pick. There we go, Kaja ban out by Goodfellas. They're definitely reading this right.
I like how Arrow 4-4 is taking basics as well, which I kind of agree as well. Taking away the Estes, taking away... No, I don't think Digi is good. Either Rafaela or Matilda ban here coming from Arrow 4-4 isn't too bad. Making sure that Goodfellas can't take advantage of this mobility for Barats, right? If you give the Matilda onto his Goodfellas, this Barats is just gonna left completely unchecked most of the time, and there's no way they can actually catch him down, considering that if you compare this draft coming from Arrow 4-4 with the previous series we watched, where there's just so much chain CCs coming from Miracle Gaming with the Savior, with the... what's it called again?
It's the Edith,
Edith and Fredrin, there's so much chain CC all the way through. I don't think this is an ideal situation for them if they let it go. But no, they go for the Medigi instead.
I think it's okay, right? Because I mean, just to echo the whole crowd control, now you get rid of a hero that Goodfellas could potentially pick and just bail out their cores, which can be a bit annoying if you're looking at something like a Gushin who wants to be in your face. And I think the Atlas does solve a bit at that problem, right? No glue, no Kaja, no worries. The Atlas, now it makes the life of this Gushin so much harder. And this is a Fanny direction. I feel like Arrow 4-4 have been forced in a situation where they are just tripling down on trying to run Goodfellas over. But they gotta get through this front line first. Is this a Faramis pick angle? I don't. Well,
I have no idea what Arrow 4-4 is thinking, but jungle Fanny,
yeah,
and Gushin,
is this a
Johnson Express?
yeah? Well, yes.
Okay.
What is Goodfellas gonna go for though? So they're probably looking for an XP lane. The Yudong, I kind of dig it right now.
I think Mortis is perfect. Marpris completely shuts down whatever they try to do, but at the same time they need it's tough. Like Martis isn't too bad. Jungle Martis is good. XP Martis is good as well. It's annoying. Ruby isn't too bad as well. But no, they go for the Edith instead. Okay.
I mean, how are you gonna reach the backline? Question number 1 for Arrow 404. There are 3 meat shields that can just
soak up your rapid touchdown.
Yeah, just catch the Johnson. You just face tank it.
But the problem here is that Goodfellas doesn't have damage to do with Fanny, except for the carry. Not even the Eve. So it's tough. I think Arrow 404, they've got a pretty clear objective as well. They're banging on Johnson making space and Fanny winning the game, buying time for Brody to make a comeback. Whereas Goodfellas, they just need to survive the onslaught and just tank their way through and just pick them up one by one by the carry. So in this case, both very, very different win approaches.
Yeah.
Very, very winnable games. It's tough.
I say that we've seen very unique play styles. I didn't expect to see
this to
Johnson.
be this unique.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a great way to start it off. But I also think that when you look at the draft of Arrow 404, it is a sign where you want to be in and out the shadows, right? Fanny, Gushin, in, get a kill, get out. And as long as you don't get crowd control, everything's going to go well. But, I'm gonna cut them some slacks. I think Goodfellas can also kind of stop them in their tracks. It really comes down to whether that snowball can get going on the side of 404.
Yep, and as of yet, this is going to be the game coming in as well. We do see I'm surprised they're putting 3 men down on purple buff just to make sure that this Fanny out-farms the opponents and possibly going to try and steal the red buffs here, considering that that's how it's going to be the game plan. It seems like they are going to be trying to rotate in as well. Meanwhile, it seems like we do see a contest down with the purple buff as well. This is going to be Aizu taking the red buff first, and this time they are going to try and force a retro battle, and it is going to be the Fanny that comes up on top with it. So unlucky for Aizu, considering that he did switch up his starting jungle as well.
Yeah, and I think it's just a good read from Arrow 404, and at the same time, they are just abusing the fact that Barras is so slow. Making an attempt down mid, though, Cloven's in danger, locked down in place. Starboy looking for a bit more damage, can't find the finishing touches. Cloven walks away in time.
Yeah, this is good fellas having a pretty rough time for the jungle lane, but I feel like Arrow 404, they made a very risky play because things would not have went their way in if they lost the retro battle as well. But I like that he took the initiative to take the gamble, and now Arrow 404, they just need to rely on this Fanny getting kills, and it seems like he's gonna go for the damage as well. Starboy somehow survives it all, and now without any energy, they can actually return the favor. Gusion comes in as well with the flicker, and Goodfellas, they somehow survive it despite the damage burst coming from the Fanny.
That's the best case scenario, honestly. The fact that no one went down, you only at a price of the flicker. I mean, Goodfellas, you gotta really say a prayer in that scenario. And at the same time, it's because of that retro battle that Arrow 404 won. It was just a Fanny level 4 flying in at under 2 minutes and almost assassinating your mid laner.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough as well. I like how top lane, gold lane does this playing in stalemate. They know for a fact that whoever shows face, someone's gonna die, especially when the Fanny is just off the radar. But now, Lord Ricky gonna be a downside without purple buffs. Goodfellas in the prime time to start this off. They're risking this without the Fanny purple buff. But despite that, Goodfellas, they will concede the turtle in the favor of Arrow 404. So it's Cambodia versus Philippines.
There's nothing that Goodfellas could do, honestly. I don't think there's a chance of contest. There's a 1 versus 1 top. Both the cores are low. Oh, Yamikaze looking for something. At least goes on the drive with the Gushon. First blood is dead. They get the trade nonetheless. It's not the worst exchange. Of course, they can't finish off the Atlas, but I mean, you get a trade.
Okay, they get a 1-for-1 trade-off on the sides. Both gold lanes kind of died here, but Lord Ricky is going to try and apply a little bit more pressure with the Fanny. But Goodfellas, they're just barely tickling him down, and having the triple tank composition, Fanny's just struggling to find some sort of a lead to actually snowball this game, and this is actually helping Goodfellas a little bit more.
Another thing is, I mean, Arrow 404 to clear the wave so fast, Goodfellas can't rotate in time. Something, at least Yamikaze taking a Gushon for a ride. We've seen this a lot of times, one of those standards, right? Back then it's Johnson Odette, now it's just Johnson, Gushon. Oh, Starboy almost cashed something in the face. Teddy QT also dashed away in time. This is going to be the story for the entire game, honestly.
Dude, I don't know how Yamikaze is just able to drive so confident in all these tight corners, because I wouldn't be able to do that, but it seems like he's going to try and make a 10 as well. They will get the kill onto his Atlas, and they're going to be looking for more now. Teddy QT is going to be the next to fall. Great call-outs coming in from Arrow 404, and this is the region that has been known for their Johnsons, Impunity KH from Cambodia. And it seems like based on the MPL, they have been learning so much. I did not expect that. I've not seen anybody play Johnson in this level, not even in MPL MY.
It is a region that...
I think the closest I've seen to maneuver like that is pretty much Adam's Spartan.
Oh yeah, I was about to bring out our friend as well. But honestly, you know, Cambodia is also one of those regions where, just like Myanmar, right, they are innovative. Remember back in the days, the first M series, Myanmar, the only region, Burmese Ghouls at the time, that runs a jaw hate constantly, and they are winning fights as well. So definitely loving this approach. And it's just simple to execute. The way if you think about it, it is so easy to pull off. You bump into someone and it's an easy kill. Oh my, here he comes again.
Oh my
There's
goodness.
no bodies that can block it.
Oh my goodness, it's so very difficult. By the same time, the turtle will be secured from the side of from Arrow 404. This Brody is just completely popping out. The Revolution comes in, but it doesn't really matter. The rest of Arrow 404 will just completely collapse on those with those Fannies. 4 man down. They just have no way to set up for the Revolution. And now, Goodfellas, BRCD, last man standing. He's gonna get completely chuckled down as well with this Eater play.
He's dead.
And he's dead as well with Arrow 404 just picking them up one by one, and everyone just completely flops to the floor.
Yes, the full stack of Brody's passive on him. I mean, there was no way he's getting out of that. You know, these kind of games are the games that you just feel incredibly bad. Not because you lost, but because you're losing to a composition like what Arrow 404 is running.
Yeah, it's tough to execute, right?
It's like those classic comps where it looks stupid, but it works.
Well, it's not necessarily stupid, but at the same time, topside, they are going to be trying to force a fight here, but from behind, here comes Yamikaze. He's trying to look for Teddy Cutie, but he misses the angle, but they still get the finish on towards Fatal Links as well. But you can see the Goshen on the backline, Slovens trying his best to actually finish off Starboy, but he just don't have the damage. Trade 1 from 2, and all in all, it's still in favor of Error 404. Lord Ricky is still in there, the Barat is there, but once they take down this tier 1, this Barat is going to lose his life. Unfortunately for Anzu, he will be able to clear the minions and actually force Error 404 to back out.
Yeah, definitely starting to snowball out of control. And Teddy QT, he even flickered into a wall of all things. That is the last tier 1 turret. It's gonna go down. Just 6 minutes in. Yeah, going. Yep, we're gonna get it.
Yup, now seems like Goodfellas, they are gonna try and set up with the Fatal Links once again. Unfortunately, sorry, I'm Din. Not going to be able to do any of that here just because of how Air 404 is just playing around the Johnson composition. You can see all the players here, they don't exactly stick together, right? But at the same time, Goodfellas, they're not, they're so afraid to actually force out a fight just because of the fact that how Yamikaze is able to find all these weird angles. But as of yet, you can see BRCD, they want to try and bait out of Fatal Links with those fronty tankies. But with the turtle down on bottom lane here, Goodfellas, they may be looking for a fight. But guess what? Look who they found. They found Starboy, and he's going to be sent to the moon just like that with Arrow 404. Just completely snowballing his way through. They lost the turtle from Arrow 404, but here comes the Fatal Link setup as well. They're going for the Azu, but this Fanny is going to be able to get out of safety while the rest of Arrow 404 is going to try and collapse on Goodfellas. The Gushin Clover is going to be able to cut the back lines, take out Teddy, but at what expense? Diving so deep as Goodfellas was able to counter-engage in this fight.
Yeah, they lost 2, they only got Teddy, but I mean, they are dumpstering this carry 1 and 5. Almost an average of 1 death per minute. And you know, I mean, Arrow 404, they can't protect the backline because you have 2 assassins to deal with world manipulation coming out. Cloven, the flash knockup, and a throwback from BRCD. They need a bit of damage. It's a good trade. If you are good fellas, they needed that one.
Yeah, they need to slow down the marksman's progression here, considering that Force Secret is level 9 as compared to Teddy's only level 8. But here he comes again. They force the flicker out with Starboy just because of how annoying Yamikaze is. He does not miss. He's the true Tokyo Drifter, the Drift King in this game in himself here. He's not made a crash yet. He's hit on point for every single crashes here. But as soon as I say it here, as he drifts by, will Goodfellas be able to bounce back into this next upcoming fight? Because as of yet, they're just so afraid to push out the map. And this feels like Impunity KH all over again from Cambodia.
Yeah, thanks to, you know, Yamikaze playing that Johnson, our mini cam is always occupied by just him driving around. Props to our observer from doing so though. Uh-oh, they're gonna try and intercept this one. Yamikaze not hitting the mark, now gets knocked out. This is the ambush that Goodfellas has set up for quite a while, and they finally get a kill in return. Now they try to move forward to get more. Nasu will put his body in front to buy time and save for Secret. Cloven looking for a way in, but they need to do something fast, and they just could not do much. 2 kills for Goodfellas, but Loriki, oh, he has something else to say, just dives in and decimates the cores, but no kills.
Yeah, and you know, Caster's curse is just a little bit too powerful. You know, we talk about the Drift King. He tried to go for a little bit of greedy play. He needed to take out Teddy QT, but you know, Teddy QT was so aware. He knows that he will be the point of interest coming from Arrow 404. They managed to back out, but as of yet, now it's going to be up to Goodfellas to actually secure the lot. They've got a lot of time, but as of yet, Yamikaze doesn't have his rapid touchdown yet, so he's going to be okay. Wait, actually he does. He is still driving around, but they're looking to go for a couple of pickoffs in here. But nope, they crash onto the Barats, and that's going to be a big stop for Knock to actually finish off the combo, allowing them for the reset. The Lord save Goodfellas, and they will turn the tides with the Fatal Links. And just like that, Arrow 404, they're trying their best to fight back, but they lose a little bit too much. Force Secret will be picked off from BRCD, and the rest of members from Arrow 404 completely whittled down. Feels bad for Arrow 404, but the Goodfellas win this fight, courtesy of the Lord.
That, yeah, honestly, that was the most unlucky event of that entire sequence. I mean, the Lord, that knockout completely screwed over Arrow 404. Lorigi trying to keep this turret alive. He even used that ultimate BRCD, just eats all of it. Goodfellas able to at least run down that lane for a while. Fortunately, not risking that tier 2, not with Yamikaze out. Best case scenario, they are in the lead just by a bit, but it was one of the recoveries that they desperately were looking for, and Yamikaze Oh, they try to intercept that ultimate again.
Yeah, this time they have the levels, they have the items to actually tank the initial burst now. They know for a fact that Gushan has been under-leveled and under-farmed because of the fact he's been driving around, not getting important XP and gold for the fights. But for Secret, he's going to be stranded as well. He's calling in the Fanny. They want to go in for the Starboy, but do they get the kill? Yes, they will eventually take him down, but the Real Division buys him more time, and they will lose the Brody. But the rest of the team from Arrow 44 is not in position here as they all get picked bit by bit, knowing that for a fact that Goodfellas is in no position to fight this here, and Arrow 44, they just overcommitted here, and it's pretty much go time for Goodfellas now.
Yeah, Goodfellas committed for a kill. Actually just left their backlines vulnerable to the Fanny. I mean, Teddy QT going down, that is the silver lining for Arrow 404. He almost survived that burst. I think Cloven at the very end was able to get that last burst in. Nonetheless though, Arrow 404, you gotta start being careful. You can't do the same trick over and over again.
My goodness, I like how Goodfellas is itemization to double dominance eyes as well as anti-Kira to make sure that this Fanny doesn't get the most amount of damage, right? Without any of these items, multiple times 10 QT, instead of dying 6 times, he would have died way much more because of this fact. And Lord Ricky right now is in a situation where he's going full armor shreds, and even then, he possibly needs to play a little bit more defensive here, because once we reach a later stage of the game, Fanny is very easily middled down very quickly here. So we are going to be seeing a little bit more of a split map pressure coming from Arrow 404 to try and rat their way into this game, knowing that how strong Goodfellas is in a 5-man fight. Look at how big this Barat is going to be looking at as well. They've got the Fatal Links trying to go for setup, but the car is still looking for its prey. In this case, who is going to be the ones that get the roll kill, and that's going to be BRCD. That's not the most ideal target. Look at the damage coming in, the counter engagement with the Fatal Links completely collapsed. Goodfellas turn the tide, but Fanny kills off Starboy in the back lines, but it's going to be a victory for Goodfellas in this engagement.
Yeah, absolutely big victory right now. Lord is coming up as well. Goodfellas have more than enough damage. You have the Barats, you have the carry. This Lord is going to completely disintegrate. Unless Lord Ricky can get a God Steal. They're not fully committing into it just yet. They're looking for the Fanny. They found him. 8 more seconds until Yamikaze gets back out. Teddy QT just face challenges. Lord Ricky does have the wisdom of nature to stay alive for a bit longer, but now he needs a bit of time to lifesteal back up. And Lord Ricky, he is also pretty healthy. Lord is down low, 6,000 health. Lord Ricky coming through! Red Treat steals it! Oh my goodness, Arrow 404 stays alive!
Oh, that's huge for Arrow 404. They needed that to actually get a little bit more map pressure. But as of yet, Goodfellas, nice attempt, but it all, well, unfortunately, it came down to a 50-50 conflict, right? So, yeah, you know, the ones with the cool, calm composure is going to be the one that comes up on top. And that's going to be Lord Ricky in that regards. But now, once again, with the Lord pushing down the bottom side, Arrow 404, they need to get a little bit more map pressure by taking out all these inhibitors. Meanwhile, Goodfellas, they just need to hold on. You know, they just need to hope that Yamikaze makes the mistake and try and crash into one of these 3 tanky heroes in front of them to make sure that Starboy or Teddy QT survives this. But as of yet, Starboy is struggling to survive the onslaught being brought out by Lord Ricky.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a bit longer. Arrow 404 has found a lifeline. Lord has gone down, so Goodfellas, all they need to do is to clear out the lane, stabilize it a little bit, go for that, you know, run it back. 2 more minutes until the next Lord spawns.
Ooh, very difficult situation to be at as of yet, especially for Goodfellas. But fortunately for them, they played safe. But Arrow 404, they still need to find the double combo here. Double Petrify is coming from Cloven as well as Yamikaze is completely threatening the backlines. But like I said as well, the moment Teddy dies, all damage coming from Goodfellas completely gets mitigated unless BRCD is going to be the true second core, which in this case, he does do a decent amount of damage, but not necessarily enough to a certain degree, because as of yet, he's pretty tanky. But with the plate armor purchase coming from Ricky, not exactly sure if it's the right choice, but I guess it's okay. Starboy, he's got the breastplate, so this is where Yves is going to be a little bit harder to deal with, especially when all these stacks of Brute Force breastplate is going to keep him alive.
All things considered, this is still a good scenario for Arrow 404. Not only them stealing the Lord, but also finding BRCD in the jungle. Backup is dead of a Goodfellas. Oh, you gotta get out right now. Not a fight you want to take. Fatal Links in the face. Nasu gets gobbled up, just spat into a wall. They don't have the damage to finish off just yet. Nasu tried to survive that, but they bring it back. Oh, sorry, I'm thin. Big fat. Oh, triple kill for Teddy QT. and it is almost a complete wipeout. Yes, it is. Teddy QT with a Maniac streak. Goodfellas in one fell swoop have just gotten game 1, I see, baby.
Oh my goodness, I thought the Fatal Links was used, but they preactively baited this out. The moment Error 404 took the bait, immediately gets pulled back by Sorian Div. Gets the biggest, fattest catch, and at the edge of the railroad manipulation to allow Starboy to do a little bit more damage. That's insane precision coming from Sorry I'm Thin. But what a game coming from Goodfellas, because that was a very, very convincing game 1 in this fight.
What an opener to our lower bracket series, Aaron's. I mean, Sorry, he is thin. He does know how to put himself under the spotlight. And at the end of it, this is definitely one of those endings where I felt like it was coming, just a matter of time, and we got it in the best possible fashion.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent game as well. It's fun to see the Johnson combo coming from Cambodia, but at the same time, Goodfellas, they just understood how to deal with it. So well done indeed, coming from game 1. But in case you missed out on game 1 here, let's take a look at the highlights of how things went down here. Because Arrow 404, they were just dominating their way through, taking advantage of how strong the Fanny can get in the early stage of the game. And because of this, Goodfellas was playing at a backseat for a long time, you know, just playing for position, they're playing for levels, and the moment they got like a very good punish, which is this mistake where Yamikaze had no choice but to crash into this wall because of the fact that they could not punish Teddy Guilty, things kind of turned for the south. And even in this next fight as well, the Lord Stomp just completely saved Goodfellas' game, kind of gave them a little bit more momentum to drive back themselves into this game.
It was a sign that this was not meant to be for Arrow 404, and you know, Starboy and Teddy QT, they were having a very rough game, just hunted down by the double assassins of Arrow 404, but they just got enough time, and you know, when they really ramped out that late game, Arrow 404 just did not have enough at that point.
Yeah, even this fight as well. This was a little bit weird for me, because if you think about it, every single time the Fatal Link's being set up as well, you can see that the Fanny is just making quick work onto the real elimination, right? Like Starboy needs to actually set up for this fight, but I think it comes down to this final fight where things got resolved here. I thought a Fatal Link's gonna be popped out here, but as soon as Daytona Pelgrim was there, Sorry I'm Dave was just waiting for the right moment, but as soon as they see 4-man come up on the side, look at him pulling back right into the real elimination to connect on 4 players, just enough damage for them to actually finish off all the members of Arrow 404. That was a huge precision clutch coming from Goodfellas.
And it is the one time that they could not find Starboy. They have been able to find him every single fight, but just the one time they can't find him, they lose the game. It really comes down to just one moment. But man, Goodfellas put up an incredible fight.
Yeah.
All of them MVP in their own regards.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time here, I feel bad for Natsu. Could not take advantage of Frederick on the XP lane based on this composition. But a great valiant attempt. I was expecting maybe a Johnson Kadita, but Godita was banned. Johnson something else, but it seems like they just doubled down on Johnson composition and just didn't pay off. But hopefully game number 2 is going to be a little bit different here. But like I said as well, it's not over yet for Arrow 404. It is a full best of 3, winner takes all. So hopes are up for Arrow 404, but Goodfellas definitely had a very strong showing of discipline on how they handled the situation in terms of the drafts as well as the strategy.
I took my breath away. This is a good Valentine's gift from Goodfellas.
Wow. you tried. You tried.
Wait, I'm trying.
You gotta be even smoother than that, man.
No,
Gotta be cleaner, man.
this is fine.
Is that how you flirt with your girls?
For girls? No, not really. Fun fact, I have a very bad flirt game, but you know what I'm good at?
What?
Good at appreciating the people who made this happen.
Okay.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. I mean, again, they have been doing this for us. They give us a platform, they give the players a platform. This is Season 1 for Mobile Legends, but it's Season 2 for a lot of other game titles. So really grateful that they are part of this. But aside from that, also got to thank Samsung Galaxy, the latest addition to our SPS family last year. But with that being said, they've been with us for a pretty long time now, so it's great to have them on board.
Thank you guys so much for having me, as well as having all this platform for everyone to actually play, to deliver it as well. But of course, everything is powered by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. You can share your epic and also level up your game in towards your gameplay and on any social media platform. So even let us know what you guys want to do. But for Valentine's Day, better book yourself that phone, because it's a pretty darn romantic gift to be given away. Even though we do not advise it, but I swear you should.
Yeah, it's something that you should just try once and let it be. But something that I think you should try more than just once, definitely Monster Energy, because
Let's
it definitely
go.
allows you to unleash the beast within you. And also check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to know more about it. And last but not least, if you can't really buy a phone, you want to give your Valentine's date some diamonds in game, and let me tell you, the best place to get the best deals, that place is Kachi Shop. Check them out, www.kachishop.com.
Exactly. It's all about the diamonds. It's all about,
Who needs real world diamonds, right?
Yeah, you can get your diamonds. Kachi Shop is so much more efficient for you guys. You got one of the best deals so far, and of course, if your dates, sorry, it can be subjective. Some girls play ML Legends. I think I've got like a few one as well, and they would like some diamonds. Unfortunately, I'm not a diamond guy. I'm a unleash the beast Monster Energy kind of guy. You know what I mean?
Whatever floats your boat, man. But I'm just saying, diamond is, is a choice. We're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, it's game 2 of this best of 3 in Aero 404. Gotta do something to stay alive in this tournament. We'll see how that unfolds after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, life easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need vixen, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work today. Work today. Work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Ha, I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we.
welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series Season 1 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the Open Finals and you are tuning in with me, Husky, alongside Terrence, Icy Baby 1-2. We're in the lower brackets between Arrow 404 and Goodfellas. And Goodfellas just won Game 1. They are one game away from not only surviving the lower bracket, but also advancing to the challenge group stage, at least qualifying for a slot there. All of this made possible by our partners, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters.
Exactly, but at the same time here, there's just so much we can talk about as well when it comes to draft. It might be potentially our last game or maybe even a potential game 3 if they decide to make a comeback in this series. But as of yet, what I do know as well is that roses is red, violets is blue. We here on the desk are here to accompany you guys to find true love in the game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But as of yet, what I do know is that it's not over yet. You can still find a couple pickup lines. You know, I gave one, but what about you? Do you have
a pickup line?
Yeah, I gave one. I'm Mr. Sir Lance-a-lot, bro. I'm Sir Lance-a-lot, bro.
I'm still trying to understand what it truly means. Before I pick, I don't have a mobile legends.
Do you really want to? I'll just do it like this,
No.
and you know, I'll just stand like this. Lance-a-lot. Sorry, my head's gone, but yeah.
Yeah.
I literally.
You have made more highlight reels than I have in 2 seasons on set. Congratulations. But I'll give you a
Clip that.
I'll give you a pickup line in a bit. I can't think of a MLBB one. There's no specifics, right?
Okay, any
Alright,
random one.
I don't
help
have
a guy out there.
I don't have a pickup line, but I have a riddle that might get you a good reaction.
Okay.
So, what kind of vehicle is the best at picking up, a crush or a date?
What?
A pickup truck. You're welcome. Use that. It's free. It's free of charge. No copyright.
I'll give you a better one. Ask the girl anything. This is real talk. Okay? Ask the girl anything, right? What's the 5 things that you will live without any physical items, and the rest you just disappear or whatever shit. Let the girl answer whatever, and then when she asks you what's your answer, you just need to answer one. I don't need any items. I just only need one, and that is you.
I know
Done.
where this is going.
Done. Easy. Done.
I-
Pickup. Really?
Yeah. Really? I'm a riddles guy. I'm not a pickup lines guy.
Okay, fair enough. But without further ado, let's jump into game number 2. This is gonna be Goodfellas going up against Error 404. And I hope some of my, whoever doesn't watches this and just, just call me out.
Honestly, I think if we take the snippets, like without context, then it's gonna sound a bit different.
Okay, fair enough.
I thought of one, but I don't remember the full sentence. We'll get to it if we get a game 3. I'm saving it for a potential game 3.
Okay.
Kaja Ban being the first one to come out from Arrow 404. I just realized Goodfellas still takes red side. Arrow 404 still on that blue.
Some teams prioritize on red, sometimes on blue. Blue is the situation where you want to draft and take initiative on how you want the draft goes around. Red side is more of the reactive skill, and if you have a good variety of hero pools, I feel like red side is a place where you're a little bit more comfortable and just adapting into the draft itself. Like if you react wrongly, you're gonna get messed up. In this case, I think picking Faramis first pick on red side, not necessarily the best here. Like if you're talking about last season, previous 2 patch, yeah, I get it. This current patch, sorry, not a big fan. Hate it, especially if you play it as a mage only. The solo magic output Faramis, you're gonna struggle a lot.
Yeah, I've seen ample examples as well. I honestly also don't like it. I just think it's very underwhelming, right? When you really need that big injection of damage, it doesn't come from Faramis, unfortunately. Now we still get the joy in Frederick Vandal.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. It's pretty standard ones, but Martis ignored. I don't know why. Martis, people just hate Martis. Martis is like so broken for the entire
he just lost
season.
the game, my friend.
Did Martis lose a game?
He did.
Well, technically Martis was doing pretty okay. It was close. I wouldn't say it's bad,
Yeah, people don't remember if it's close. People only remember if you win.
Oh, come on.
So,
okay, fair enough,
Like
fair enough,
we have a stats man in the outside with
Okay.
us. He's not gonna write Martis close. He's gonna write Martis 0% win rate. Okay. Stats.
Fine.
I'm a numbers guy.
Okay, the stats will, now this week's stats will be a little bit more subjective, right?
Yes.
We just have fresh stats so far.
Uh-huh.
We don't have like the most concrete one, but by the end of the entire series, we will give you a better series. But at the same time, by the time we reach there, the patch note comes in, the stats becomes a little bit subjective.
It does. It's a kind of a soft
I'm
reset.
worried for that. I'm
It's
worried.
fine. I mean, we get to see something new. There is ample time. Well, actually, there is not too much time.
Too much time.
There's not too much time, but that is where the whole idea of adapting really
I think,
comes to play.
like for me personally, what's really surprising is that I've not seen a single Benedetta. I think off screen I had this conversation with like, hey, if they pick the Benedetta XP coming from Arrow 404 instead of the Fredrin, things would be a little bit different. But because they first picked the Fredrin, things got a little bit harder. Benedetta is extremely crucial when it comes to rotation, split push potential, and even joining the fight to set up and follow up with the Johnson combo, which is very, very important considering that they went for double Petrify. Why not just triple Petrify in that regards, which was something that I did not expect. But all in all, you know, it all comes down to drafts. It's a tempo, how you pick it up is gonna dictate how you want to play it. But in this case, Kadita being banned off again from Goodfellas, seems like they've done a little bit of homework. They know they love their Johnson, so I don't think they should be picking out the Johnson again. They could, but pair it off with something else.
Something that can move around the map faster.
Yeah.
Right? Something that can actually kind of match your tempo when
Ling
you move
is pretty
around.
good,
We,
like
we
you said as
saw
well.
Ling, Gushen, we saw Gushen and Fanny.
Yeah.
You know, and Ling is an option. To be fair, Ling was banned out in the previous game, but we see a Brody first pick for Arrow 404. Again, a lot of prioritization on this Brody, but we also did see Brody's weaknesses, right? It's not really the best to blast through beefy tanks. We'll see what Goodfellas come up with. They did start with the carry Eve first two picks in the previous game. Now the carry is out of picture.
I think Eve. Eve is
I think
pretty
Eve is
safe.
still important, right?
Yeah, Eve is just so safe to play. It's not exactly the easiest to play in terms of pub games, but in terms of team play, especially when you're playing with teams familiar with your playstyle, Eve is just such a force to be reckoned with here. It can be used in almost any scenario. It's annoying. It's very disruptive to the team fight, not in terms of CCs, but slows on in general. But we've completely ignored
Forgot
glue.
about the glue.
Glue, Eve. What more can you ask for? These are two power picks coming from Goodfellas, considering that Arrow 404 prioritize the Brody over glue, which is kind of surprising, right?
Right. Yeah. We actually forgot about
This Brody is gonna die. Like, if the glue latches on you with a full stick on you, you are gonna lose at least 70% health as a roaming glue. Tested
Yeah.
with Avarice.
Yeah.
It's broken.
A support that soaks up damage and can borderline kill you is
Yeah,
is a
especially
problem.
with the Curse Helmet or even the Molten Desert is good enough to keep a glue alive and kicking. And the funny part about the glue is that back in the days, we were always talking about how strong the Kaja is.
Oh,
We were
yes.
talking about how strong whatever heroes that can actually displace you and pull you back into the place with like Arkai, etc. Glue kind of works as very similar
Yeah.
to the Kaja.
He does it just fine, and it's a guarantee one, right? Once he latches
Exactly.
onto you. We
Well, technically it's not super guaranteed. You still need to hit your skills from the glue, but
True.
you just need to time your flicker off, you know? But
Yeah.
it pretty much guarantees you to force a battle spell if the glue misses or latches on you.
I feel like if you miss the glue pool, then you gotta practice a bit, right? It's a big AoE.
Yeah.
It's not that
Fair
hard to miss. Valentina and Matilda coming out. I think you did touch on the Matilda a bit previously.
Yeah, I was liking the Matilda a little bit more from Goodfellas, but seems like they didn't need it. They still picked up something, the Edith, and still came out on top, so I guess it's okay. Edith, which is kind of one of the biggest surprises for me, being a little bit more popular now, considering that it didn't exactly hit the mark into M series, not even for me in pub games as well. Played a couple of fields, not a big fan of how immobile it was, but during a couple of MPLs, I think Malaysia in particular, played a couple of Edith. It was like a hit or miss situation, right?
It feels like a pick that, you know, I'm not good at running into you, but I'm very good if you run into me.
Yeah.
It's kind of those slightly defensive build. But to be fair, Edith also deals. I think a
Decent
lot of
amount of
people
damage.
underestimate the damage like Edith deals in particular. The Beatrix finally shows up again. I believe this is our third Beatrix game we have this evening. And as Goodfellas going into the second ban phase. Wonder what's going to be the plan. I mean, there's still kind of that XP lane from Arrow 404 has yet to be picked up. Fanny being taken out by Goodfellas.
Yeah, I think the Fanny should be respected as well, considering how well Lord Ricky was actually playing in that matchup as well. He's just so disruptive. The backline just couldn't play, especially now when Starboy is going to be playing the Eve once again for Goodfellas. I feel like Arrow 404 is in a situation where they need to pick a jungler that just benefits from all these heroes, right? Like, they need somebody to actually take down the glue. In this case, without the carry, I think having a Martis isn't too bad to deal with either or these heroes, right? Like, even if the glue is disruptive, the Ashura Strap just completely ignores the pool all in general. So I think that's a pretty decent one if they stick down with it. But at the same time, they need to worry about somebody diving the backline of Eve. So I think going for the Ling isn't too bad as well, coming from Aero 404.
I was thinking that Goodfellas might be considering a Ling ban. You know, you kind of go down the hierarchy. If you ban out the Ling, then whatever else that comes after, it can be dealt with slightly easier if you are Goodfellas. But I agree, Aero 404 now without the Fanny, and Gushin doesn't seem to be viable because of Valentina. Maybe that Ling is the last resort.
I think Hayabusa isn't too bad as well in this scenario. Oh, okay, never mind, it's gone.
Oh, there it is. So we are looking at a potential Ling. But that is if Goodfellas don't take the Ling, right? They still have a jungler that they have yet to reveal.
I think Martis, like Leomon jungle, we haven't seen too much here, but time and time again, it kind of sneaks past, so it's pretty decent. Fighter junglers are always going to be okay. Not a big fan of Akito now in the current patch. Benedetta is something that I think is still viable. I think Lapu Lapu is a pretty decent pickup from Aero 404 to deal with the glue, just because of the fact that the split fit just gives so much value for Lapu Lapu.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Gone. Deleted. Goodbye, Aero 404.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that, right? Again, you ban the Fanny, you ban the
as well, and going towards to catch off the Link. And in this case, I think during M Series as well, there are a couple teams that play Cho, super underrated, but I still think this is a good situation. And even an Akai is a pretty decent answer to deal with the Link.
There it is.
The moment it dives in, the heavy spin just completely locks it down. Likewise, coming from Grok, I wouldn't say this is outdraft yet. Aero 404 got a pretty strong initiation compared to Goodfellas right now.
Goodfellas looking for an XP lane. What else? There's still a couple left on the table, right? I'm looking at Slapo, there's the Yuzhong.
I think they can still flex XP for Glue and just pick a roamer right now to actually cut the backlines. In this case, I think going for a enchanted roamer isn't too bad.
I think they just want to go back for the Edith. You think that's the choice?
I think if they want to double down on the Edith, isn't too bad as well. It's not the best, but it's still very viable to go into Grok. Ruby is... I would prefer Ruby a little bit more in this general way.
Okay.
Okay.
It did cross my mind a bit. If
the Filipino pride. Enchanted roamer. Alright. Makes sense.
It did cross my mind a bit whether they would consider Ube. I wasn't really sure, but I guess it's not the worst choice, right?
It's the Pinoy Pride, bro. Lakat Matatas, bro.
Yes, it is.
Lakas Matata.
No, you botched it two times in a row.
Twice, I know, right? What was it again?
Laka Matatat.
No, not that one. Not the one by Duno.
Labas Pinas?
Yes, Labas Pinas. You are right.
Yes.
Labas Pinas Pinoy Pride. Or is it Pinoy Pride? Pinoy Pride, yeah.
I actually tried to...
I'll just leave it there.
I actually tried to Google like the direct translation. There's actually no direct translation for Labas Pinas, but it's something like it's either Philippine Pride or like Philippine Let's Go or Philippine Win, something along the lines of that. So it's kind of an archetype of Ube, but not fully Ube.
Okay.
To say, I'm in the draft.
Fair enough. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into his game number 2 to find out how things are going to be looking out here in the lower brackets. One of this teams is going to be eliminated by the end of this series. Is it going to be Goodfellas or is it going to be Aero 404? But as of now, this is going to be the last straw for Aero 404 to bounce back if they do not win this game and drag it out to game number 3. Whereas Goodfellas, they just need to take the series and advance in towards the next stage of the lower brackets. But now, seeing how things is going here, it seems like there is going to be a little bit of a mirror matchup coming from both sides. Both sides of the jungle is going to be starting on the orange buff first instead of the purple buff.
And, you know, don't see this too often, at least for Ling. Would like to start on the purple buff, but an attempted invade most likely coming through. And I think Goodfellas get that read perfectly. Already an early scuffle at the river. So no attempt invade is going to come through for Aero 404. Goodfellas secure the purple buff for the Link. Very, very crucial objective to go for unless Kamikaze can do something about it. But I guess the red tree, definitely not doable.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very awkward situation here as well, considering that Yamikaze is going to be a little harassment here. There's no way they're going to be able to steal the purple buff from this. But a very weird predicament here, considering that it's just tough for them to actually force a fight right now because they need levels, right? I talked about how Estes doesn't become super relevant until he hits like a couple of levels, and most of the time we do see Estes in towards the gold lane more, but it's surprising. Once again, they're focusing on middle lane, but no, Ling popping the Tempest Blade, he's gonna force back out, and it's gonna be Aero 404 just chilling for now.
Yeah, it's so deep in that mid lane. very stable start for Goodfellas. You secure the buffs for the lane, you prevent an invade. Kamikaze did try, but can't find it. At least for now. Turtle has just spawned though. Goodfellas taking priority on that area. Oops, sorry, and then forced to flicker away on this Estes. Hasn't hit 4 just yet. So Arrow 404 now has a good window to try to kind of contest this Turtle.
Seems like things are going to be a little bit spicy here. As you can see, Lord Ricky looking for the heavy spin catch, but the wall blocks coming in is going to reset the Turtle here. But heavy spin has been expended, and they are going to try and isolate the glue. Glue still doesn't want to latch on yet, but the heals coming for Esther is going to keep him alive to actually buy a little bit more time. But eventually the Real Village comes in, but Lord Ricky will steals into the retribution now. Goodfellas, they need to run for their lives, but the heals coming for Estes is going to keep him alive. But now BRCO is going to lose his health, but no, he survived at the last tick, and he got a level up in the vicinity and got that extra tick of health. And Arrow 404, they lose for secret.
And while that was happening, Teddy QT got a solo kill on his opposing lane, and that is definitely something unprecedented. And even burned the flicker for secret as well. So that is just bad news in that goal lane. But of course, Arrow 404 able to walk away with the Turtle, so not all is a loss. All things considered, I mean, Goodfellas, having the best outcome, from that Turtle fight.
Yeah, this is extremely tough to watch here, considering that Goodfellas, they were able to utilize how the sustains coming from Estes, right? I talked about how Estes provides a little more heal, but with the glue, it's a completely different story, right? He has his own way of healing. With the Estes as well, it just completely strengthens the core of what a glue needs to be doing in this kind of scenario. So Arrow 404, they need to find a way to burst him down, but as we get on this XP lane, I find it extremely difficult to lose as a Grok. Meanwhile, they do set up an ambush up top. They find the Estes. They're going to try and make a dive on towards him, and that's going to be, I'm sorry, I'm thin, out of the equation.
Nothing much you can do. No flicker available. Expended it very early on before the Turtle fight. Now Arrow 404 bringing a 4-man gang squad towards that top side. They also saw where the Ling is. Lord Ricky stealing that camp away. So making Azu's life a bit more difficult, and now cutting the Beatrix off of that tier 1 as well. They have 2 of their members in that brush, setting up this ambush. Goodfellas, will you bite the bait? No. And they're able to kind of smell something in the air.
Yeah, but as of yet, seems like Arrow 404, they've got a little bit more objective. They are going to focus on the Turtle down bottom. Meanwhile, middle lane completely untouched as well in terms of gold platings. We're almost hitting the 5-minute mark as well. They have the options here to actually trade gold platings or go for Turtle. So seems like Goodfellas, they're going to focus on the Turtle once again. They have BRCD still holding on to the split spin. He is going to go for jump as well, but here comes a heavy spin to isolate the fight. But the Turtle barely at the edge as well, but the split spin doesn't seem to connect. But the Ling, does he steal it? No, it does not. Lord Ricky will be the ones to fill them off, but Real Woman Division will keep them in check. Estes keeping them fairly alive, and Goodfellas will get the full reset. But look at this, they're chunking it away onto his Lord Ricky, down to his 10 health, but the Matilda with the gliding win will save his life. What a close call indeed, but Goodfellas, great defense so far.
Yeah, and lost both Turtles thus far, and the Grok wall from Natsu definitely played a part in saving that Akai. In a slower game, Teddy QT getting harassed in this top tier 1. They try to get Force Secret close enough to unleash the ultimate, but unfortunately can't do so. Does force a rotation from both Soryamtin and Starboy up top to really keep this Beatrix healthy. But that is a lot of space created for Arrow 404.
Yeah, this is so much space indeed, and now they just need to try and capitalize on this, because as of yet, they're doing a fantastic job of just making sure that this league doesn't snowball out of control, right? He's got to win Talker up in Azu, he doesn't have a little bit more, but because of this, it just puts them in a very awkward spot where they can just constantly punish this glue. And look at this, even BFCD forcing for an early split, they can't kill him off. But eventually, it all comes down about timing, right? Goodfellas, they just need this Estes to get those levels. As long as this Estes scales pretty well in the later stage game, they are going to be able to somehow find a way to sustain all the bursts coming from Arrow 404. Meanwhile, Clovens might be looking to steal the Goddess Blessing soon, but as of now, he's not looking for it yet. So it's just going to be a very difficult spot to be in for now.
It does have the Estes ult though. It can become a kind of a health battery. In those team fight, it actually isn't too bad of an ultimate to steal, but Azu used the Tempest of Blade. dash reset, tries to get away. For Secret just flickers forward for his kill. Can't let him. A very crucial pick off in the top lane.
Yeah, I feel bad for him, considering that Azu could have survived that, but just because he did not have the purple buff, he just did not have the energy to climb the ledge. But as of yet, they will try and trade off down middle once again. Arrow 4-4, they get a nice pick off. GBC, he goes for the split, and he will get picked off, and this is huge. Meanwhile, Goodfellas, they are going to try and force the Grok down bottom, down to his last auto attack, but no, they needed the glowing one, and now they're going to be completely sandwiched. The flank comes in, Teddy QT will be the first to fall, back off, but Arrow 4-4, they will settle down with Estes. And on all fronts, Error 404 all the way from the top, now at the bottom, just picking fights after fights.
And this third turtle is most likely going to go over to them as well. All 3 turtles secured, the lane completely zoned out in the mid lane by the Grok and the Valentina. I mean, Goodfellas, they get the tier 1, I guess. Silver lining, both Teddy QT and Starboy walked out of that bottom fight, but they both had to blow their flickers for that.
Oof, very, very difficult spot to be in as of yet. But sorry, I'm in. If you view himself, he's got a big slow, but he is going to pull in the rest of members as well. But now with the damage coming in, Ubase goes for the heal, but the burst will be enough with the Grok. And now they punish him off. The Ling is going to try and capitalize a little bit more, but the steal coming from Goddess off the Valentina is going to keep him alive, and they go for disengage. But Glue, however, is going to be looking for the pullback. He still has the skill, but he's going to be left completely isolated and bailed out by his teammates, as Goodfellas will lose him out in the process.
Yeah, and Loriki, just the heavy spin. Azu had 2 targets that he could finish, but he just got bopped away by the Akai. They got the snipe just a bit out of range. But
Yeah.
Goodfellas definitely not out of the game just yet. You know, it's 7-1. They have a 3K deficit. But when it comes to those side lanes, you always have this lane. You always have that late game.
Yeah, Arrow 404 just, you know, doing a fantastic job of just taking advantage of how this Matilda can zip out of scenarios, right? Even you get pulled back by BRCD, the gliding timing is going to get him out of all those awkward situations. So I feel like this is where things get a little bit tougher for Goodfellas, right? They need to take advantage of the Ube strategy, but they have to be very, very smart in this fight. BRCD not looking for the fight yet. He's still the front line for the team, but Arrow 404 playing it very safe in this fight despite having a huge amount of lead. Goodfellas is like 3K behind Arrow 404. They've hit the timings, but at the same time, they need a little more before they need one good fight to bounce back. Whereas Arrow 404, they just need to just close out the game as quickly as they can.
So far, I mean, Yamikaze has also been the secret hero. OPRCD, a lot of damage from the Brody for Secret. Can't get the finisher off. Had to use his ultimate. As the Lord spawns just in time for, you know, for a forced reset on BRCD. That means Arrow 404 can just take priority over the Lord. In fact, they're just going to start it up.
Yeah, and seems like the Lord is going to be up for grabs as well. Lord Ricky has been on point on his Retribution touch. Goodfellas, do they want to try and jeopardize this? Azo is in the vicinity. I'm going to be going for the force checks as well. They see him, but it's going to be the Circling Eagle going to go for the cancel. He doesn't have the purple buff to actually sustain this, so that's going to be an easy Lord takedown coming from Error 404. Meanwhile, seems like Goodfellas, they don't want to contest. They are going to try and force a fight. Heavy Speed's big ultimates being used for absolutely nothing. Starboy being caught out of the wall blocks as well. They chip in down right at the edge. Azu is here, but the heals from I'm so sorry I'm thin is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Now BRCD pull him back, try and prolong those fights, but he's all by himself. Where's the Link? Where's the B-Check? Now BRCD needs to run for his life, and he flickers out of there. Does he survive? No, he does not. And that's going to be for Secret taking him out, and now they are going to steal the purple buff on top of it.
Will Azu get the top inhibitor? No,
Oh, no.
just so close. Back to protection helping out as well. They are now hunting for this Link. Oh, this recall. Oh, the minion!
Oh no, the
He
minion!
walked it! No!
He's
Not
fine,
like
he's fine.
this!
He's fine, he's fine. He still doesn't have the purple ball. He's going for the recall. He might actually die, and now all he gotta do is just buy time. He has the Tempest of Blade, but the rest of the team is here to intercept him. And that's gonna be Arrow 404 with a monster kill for Secret.
Oh my, he hit the minion, proc the orange buff, and it aggroed the minion. It was just
Unfortunate.
so unlucky. And now with him out of the picture for 20 seconds, they might lose the inhibitor turret though. BRCD can't do much. Oh, the Grok wall. So well done. Teddy QT thankfully has a dash, has a rocket launcher as well. The rocket barrage is going to be there. Matilda Yamikaze straight right in. Gets blown up by Starboy, but they lose the glue as well. That Lord's not going to stand for long. Teddy QT holding on. Across, healed up by the Estes as well. Heavy spin, looking for the Estes, finds him. Sorry, Thin is down, but Goodfellas hold on.
Oh my goodness. Now it's up to Azu actually going for the split push pressure once again. Arrow 404. Now, they've gotten so much in terms of objectives here. The heavy spin has been a crucial staple clutch here for Secret to actually get those kind of freebies. Now Azu isolated, forced to use the Tempest Blade defensively as well. Torn apart memories to greet it out, but not enough stack to take him out. But for now, based on itemization as well, we do see BRCD going for armor, dominance items as well as Molten Essence in terms of value. He's split off all his items. A little bit of an interesting interaction, but once he upgrades it completely, he's going to be even more tankier because as of yet, he's just taking so much for the team. But now an aggressive wall charge connects on Sorry I'm Thin. He needs to run, but the real world manipulation were able to capitalize on this. And now Goodfellas is in a prime position to turn the tides and now BRCD looking to go in for the lash. He's going to try and pull him back, but the Matilda gliding wind is going to disengage from this fight. He's going to flicker out, but at the same time, Arrow 4-4, they managed to stabilize their position. And Goodfellas, they're going to try and capitalize a little bit more. Can they do it? Because as of yet, the Blade of Ecstasy is coming from Secret. It's going to come online, but as of now, he's actually disengaging from the party. He's going for a big wrap around the flank. Who are they fighting for here? For Secret, going to be completely not joining the fight yet, but they are going to be losing a couple members here.
There's no time.
Arrow 404 is going to back out, but eventually, while this is happening, Goodfellas just completely bullied Arrow 404 out of position. But now, with the Lord going to be out for grabs, they are going to be looking for that jump here, but pay attention to the minimap as well. They need for Secret to jump into this, but no, the Lord will be secure from Goodfellas. They misplayed this coming for Arrow 404. They go in for the heavy speed. They get the kill on the Beatrix. They get the kill on the Yves. It's huge for Arrow 404, but what cost? Because that is going to be a legendary torn apart memory by Secret, and that's going to be 3 down. And maybe, just maybe, it is going to be enough to close up this game.
The Lord is not in their favor. This Estes needs to go down. BRCD doing his absolute darnest to hold on, but he just gets absolutely shredded by this Brody. 7 seconds for Starboy. Stolen ultimate from that Eve to finish it off. Double kill for this Brody. I mean, Arrow 404 pushing us to game number 3 in unprecedented manner. Even with Goodfellas finding those good fights, it was not enough. We get a game 3 once more.
My goodness, what a turn of events coming from Arrow 404 as well as Goodfellas as they tied the series. And I did not expect this as well, but the wall charge and the wall blocks coming in for this Grog is just annoyingly so good to actually cut down the back lines. Goodfellas time and time again getting picked up bits by Force Secret on this Brody. So I like how the adaptations has been made coming from Arrow 404 for game number 2. So game 3 is going to be a little bit more different, but hopefully things will be a little bit better because it is going to be game time, crunch time for both of these teams to decide. But in case you missed out game number 2, this is going to be the highlights for game number 2 on how it all went down.
Yeah, and a lot of just Goodfellas trying to buy time, going for the split push, just draw Arrow 404 away from the rest of the team. But it just was not enough. I mean, Arrow 404 had just perfect engages. We talked about this Archive being such an annoying tank to deal with. BRCD, even though the glue was given away to Goodfellas, Arrow 404 just tears him apart. Of course, you have this unfortunate moment where Azu just dies. So one of the slowest deaths in the game.
Yeah, I just feel bad for Azu. Like, Azu is trying his best going for all this kind of split push potential. It just didn't exactly work out in his favor. Like, even in this couple of Lord fights here, it all came down to whether or not Force Secret gets those big catches, right? If he doesn't die, everyone from side 4 Arrow 441 will have enough to actually take out the backlines of Goodfellas, whereas Goodfellas, they have to think about just making sure that this Estes doesn't get picked off. That's pretty much their core objective in their playstyles, right? But yeah, arguably the Estes didn't get picked out, but the rest of the teammates just could not sustain the burst coming from this Brody. So I must say, well done coming from Arrow 404 for game number 2.
Yeah, just doing so well. Force Secret carrying the entire game, and the only death that he sustained was the solo kill in that goal lane by TeleQT. But afterwards, didn't really matter, right? You have Nasu just going this full-on berserker Grog, and sure, he doesn't have much health, but the engages that he's been able to pull off Yamikaze as well. The tank just throwing their bodies into Goodfellas, making it significantly harder. And of course, the Valentina was the icing on the cake, just constantly stealing the seeing the Eve Ultimate.
Yeah,
win.
it's either the Eve Ultimate or the heals coming for Estes. Either or, it's still a pretty good ultimate here. Valentina's still a force to be reckoned with. Despite multiple nerfs, it needs to be respected. But well done coming from Arrow 404 because they brought in a damage rock into the vicinity because time and time again, they were able to one-shot one player right from the get-go before Goodfellas is able to capitalize on all those heals. So well done indeed in terms of the team fight potential. But in terms of damage output-wise, let's take a comparison between both Teddy QT as well as Force Secret, right? Logically, I would say that Teddy QT would do a little bit more based on the composition. But in this scenario, Starboy was in a very awkward position with his Eve once again because of how the hero drafts coming from Arrow 404 is able to just penetrate and burst him down. And 2 games in a row, he's not had the greatest of games.
Yeah, he just couldn't really do much in this fight, right? Like, you hit the nail on the head. It's so hard for the Eve to just stand still when there's so much distraction. That was a Brody first pick, by the way, from Arrow 404.
Yeah.
So definitely a surprising opener, but a good way to send us to a deciding match. Game number 3, one team moves on and qualifies for challenge groups. One team packs up and goes home and ends their run here. We'll find out after the short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping. Till the sun comes up, till the sun comes
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the lower brackets here between Aero 404 going up against Goodfellas. Both teams tying the series here, and winner takes all. Losers will be eliminated, and as of yet, they are going to be fighting for their lives here in this final game between both of the teams here. Welcome back once again here. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is Husky as I take you through the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB tournament of this segment. And of course, we'd like to shout out to our amazing sponsor here, the Samsung's Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share your epic moments as well as level up your gameplay. And of course, Valentine's is still about an hour short before it completely ignores and all gets over. You can still probably, get yourself a brand new one, or maybe even make an appointment, book one, order one right now, and give it to her tomorrow as a consolation prize or compensation prize to a certain degree.
What are you compensating for?
Compensating for why you missed out your Valentine's gift today?
I'll put it aside. I'm actually more interested in the game. I think that. So we had this small talk during the break where it really felt like Goodfellas kind of dropped the ball in that game number 2. Could you elaborate on that?
It's weird considering that how they actually played, right? Like, they had a very good idea on how they needed to play around the composition, right? But what they did not expect was that the Grok walls was one of the biggest factors that completely messed up the tempo. They need to play around the Link. But Ling as well as the Estes is kind of counterproductive in terms of draft composition. Ube means you gotta stick as 5. Ling, you don't really want to stick. You want to be across the map. And obviously, this strategy kind of diminishes the power of what a 5 versus 5 team fight potential, because you're leaving a Estes babysitting 3 players who may or may not have enough damage to actually fight up against a 5-man lineup, and oftentimes it can completely lead you to disaster.
And just not the ultimate bonding experience that we're looking for. You have one guy that breaks from the hurt. But Game 3 draft coming right up. This is going to be for all the marbles. No more second chances. This is second chance, do or die. And
final chance, apparently.
Final chance.
Last chance for either of these teams.
Last 20 minutes for one of these teams.
Yeah, every team you've seen on screen so far for today and the next upcoming days has had their second chance to participate and qualify into the Grand Finals. In this case, the challenge series so far, Goodfellas as well as Aero 404, last chance, it's now or never. One of these teams will be advancing and one of this team will be eliminated. But in this case, who's it going to be? This time, Goodfellas, for the first time, taking blue side instead of the red side. Yeah,
taking a lot of priority and instantly goes for the Eve ban. So, definitely, understanding that there's a chance Aero 404 goes for the Eve. We've seen them prioritizing the Valentina in the previous game, but the fact that it's a mage player and how she uses that Eve ultimate, I think Goodfellas definitely have a read on that. But I am not really sure what is the direction that Goodfellas want to go for, because Aero 404 can just say, you know what, we're going to ban the Fredrin, and Goodfellas will have to kind of start off with a less optimal blind pick.
Okay. I guess if you put it that way, it's fine. Fredrin is still up for grabs here. They can still consider banning it off here and there. But at the same time, I feel like, I don't know why, people just don't like Martis, which is weird, Like, I know Kadita is something that they have to respect here. Whenever you see a Cambodia team, to a certain degree, you either ban the Johnson or Kadita. It's just something thanks to Impunity KH for bringing it to the table, right? It wasn't really brought out by them, it was by a different region, but it was pretty much solidified in their region for themselves. It's one of the strongest combos in their playstyles. But for them to actually prioritize Kadita, even though in this current patch, there are a lot of mages that still kind of brings a lot on the table. But I feel like Goodfellas, they're thinking from a perspective where they just want to shut off all the strong mages and just pick something else entirely for themselves.
I think they're targeting that mid lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fredrin ban out by Aero 404, kind of expected to a certain extent. Kaja also banned out by Goodfellas, so we're seeing a more different ban pool from both teams. Definitely whittling down that priority a bit. But of course, Aero 404, this last pick, I wonder what it's going to be, because the Joy is going to be banned out. Glue is now open again for Goodfellas. The BRCD wants it.
Fanny is also open for grabs as well. But I think Glue is still subjective, right? Even if you pick first phase Glue, There are still a lot of heroes that actually deal with it as well. With Barca, I think Faramis is one of the most underrated mages to deal with the glue. Like oftentimes I hate a Faramis mage, but Faramis benefits when you pop the wave and there's a lot of multiple units. The more units it does even more damage. And against the glue, it can be very, very painful if you try to go for the first pick. However, for the fellas, they first picked the 1-1. I like it, but there is still a lot of ways to deal with it as well. There's Phobia's compositions. There is also Lolita composition, which is pretty decent as well, coming from Arrow 4-4 if they decide to go for it. But Valentina up for grabs, glue as well, pretty much no-brainers. But do they want to risk it? That's going to be the question.
In fact, this does put Lolita up the list of heroes that you are considering, right?
Yeah.
You gotta really have that shield up. I guess Valentina still isn't the worst opener. We've seen examples of that. You caught it, Phobius. Here it is. Try and dash this time.
Yeah.
Infinite resets, honestly.
It's tough, you know. Like there are some experienced players here, they know how to deal with the Phobius, but there are some experienced players that just doesn't know how to deal with the Phobius. So
you don't see it often, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's very rare, but at the same time, it's still manageable, right? Even if the Phobius is dashing onto 1-1, you can use the 1-1 as a bait to isolate the Phobius and take him out. So it's going to be even more crucial for the Demonic Force coming in from Arrow 4-4 to play the Phobius. But at the same time, this pretty much opens up the glue for Goodfellas to pick it up. Either or Roam or XP, which is something that I think they're really, really good at and take advantage of.
and we see the Franco. It's just an instant response and the Esmeralda from Goodfellas.
I like it. Like, if you go for Demonic Force, instantly, boom, Bloody Hunt, dead. That Phobius is pretty much done and dusted here. So, I like the solution. I like the answer. Pretty good as well. Lolita isn't too bad from Arrow 4-4. Gives a value shields. Kind of acts like a tankier Enchanter player. Gives shields to his Phobius as well. It's not that bad, but Esmeralda completely negates that. So, this is going to put Arrow 4-4 in an awkward situation where do they want to give the Esmeralda power spike or do they force the Lolita, making sure that the 1-1 can't do what he's required to do. In this case, I feel like straight to the point, very simple. Pick it because Esmeralda is not as strong as before. Like a Kaja would be more sustained, like has more sustains than Esmeralda. Damus a little bit more sustainable. I think what's it called again? The Lapu Lapu would be a little bit better as well.
Well, Arrow 4-4 still sticks to the Arkai. I guess it's a comfort jungle pick for them. I mean, there's still an opening for another tank, right? For a secondary tank. But right now, I feel like they are looking to really start taking out those mages. And also something like a Faramis. I'm not really sure if that Faramis, I'm not really sure if I like it. But I can kind of understand that it's already tough to get onto the 1-1. You don't want the Faramis to keep that 1-1 alive for no longer than she should be.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised by these bans here coming in. Like considering that Marty's glue completely ignored. Don't know why. I feel like they're just so strong, so annoying to deal with. But it feels like Arrow 4-4, even if they decide to, you know, in worst case scenarios, right? Like if the glue manages to sneak past and they pick the glue for themselves, isn't too bad. They can actually tank through all the 1-1 damage and 1-1 just can't exactly do too much in these scenarios. But I personally would have preferred that. Like, at least just ban off the glue and pick something else and just focus on something else. But when it comes to mage departments, Goodfellas, they have so much options, right? You've got Lunox, you've got Farsa, you've got Lilia as well, which kind of gives a lot of value. But at the end of the day, they have one of the strongest mages so far from Arrow 4-4. And I don't think there are a lot of options that they can actually take advantage of. Whereas Goodfellas, they just need to find a way to deal with the Akai or maybe even the Phobius, and that should be it.
So if just a thought, right? So Arrow 4-4 wants to just kind of dive in with Akai and Phobius. Doesn't that make Valor an optional pick for Goodfellas?
Valor. Yeah, now that you think about it, Valor is pretty good because the ultimate stolen from the Valor just gives you like a free Purify for it. But aside from that, it just doesn't bring a lot of value into the team fight. So I think Valor isn't too bad as well. Even if they downsize themselves, get a weaker mage, they still have Esmeralda to kind of compensate in terms of magical damage. But now the question here is, is this guaranteed a jungle Akai? Most likely it's going to be the case for Arrow 4-4. But for Goodfellas, I feel like they are lacking in terms of jungler. So they definitely need something else. The link didn't exactly work out in their favor. They should just double down on just playing something safer. Like if they want to go for a tank jungler, go ahead. They want to go for Lance a lot jungler, which I highly doubt so. They can go ahead. But with the carry sneaking past all phase of ban into this game, going for a tank jungler isn't a good idea right now for Goodfellas. It's a terrible idea.
But considering how Goodfellas were banning out the, both Lolita and Atlas, you can't understand, right? You want to allow this one to really start popping off and to really get going. But the fact that around Goodfellas kind of have this picks, and after seeing that carry as well, means that Aero 404 is just saving that last pick to flex this Archive, which I still don't think Goodfellas is going to be too bothered. This Archive is most likely going into jungle anyways. But the Benedetta shows up. This is something that you did point out in game 1, I think, for Aero 404. And we see the Xavier as well. Completely forgot about this one.
I love this. I like this. I like this Benedetta pickup just because of how split push pressure is going to be so difficult for Aero 404. The Petrify covers a very, very wide variation with the Electro Final Blow. The Xavier Dawning Light is not exactly the best skill for a Valentina to steal, right? And even if you were to steal it, it's very often times that the Xavier is going to be so far back and he is going to get free damage across the map. So I guess I like the Benedetta from Goodfellas, but Aero 404, they still have a lot of options. And this is by far the most balanced drop out of all the 3 games so far coming from both teams. And this final pick, they do need that jungle. And, sorry, not jungle. Roamer / jungle. Unless they're playing the... Oh, no.
They're going for the Ube again, but I feel like we've seen this before.
Okay, fine. This game, Ube, I like it a little bit more. Like, just because the Ling didn't exactly help out, they needed all 5 to be here. The Ube will be a little bit better. But...
If this doesn't...
If this was on Goodfellas. But now it's going to be Aero 404 to play it, so... I'm a bit skeptical, but I want to see it work.
As long as this Phoebus doesn't fly 10 miles away, I guess it's okay.
Yeah.
But no, it just reminds, right, we saw this example of a Xavier into an Archive where you just stop him from any engage. I think this is a good example as well. And you also make sure that if this Phoebus jumps in with his ultimate, he just gets chain stunned until he dies. There is an answer from Goodfellas, and I'm really liking this. Benedetta jungle as well. What a treat.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But as you can see, this is going to be the deciding match for both these teams here. One of them is going to be eliminated, and one of them will proceed to go up and climb the ranks on the lower brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lower brackets round 8 match number 1. Final game so far. Is it going to be Goodfellas or is it going to be Aero 404? One of these teams will make it. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into game. This is going to be game number 3 for both Goodfellas as well as Aero 404. In this case, both teams going to be playing on a different approach here. This time, it is going to be a jungle Benedetta coming in for Goodfellas.
Yeah, definitely don't see this often, but obviously one of the heroes with a higher mechanical ceiling, but absolutely deadly in the right hands.
You know what's a fun fact? You need to get this Oni Franco. Like, it's so expensive, but it's one of the very few skins that gives you a slight buff in terms of the hook range. Just kind of similar to one of the Selena skins.
Oh,
just
really?
Can't remember which way. Yeah. This is a little bit of fun fact.
So it actually increases hook
Yeah.
rate.
Only for this skin. It's broken. To a certain degree. Tested, by the way. Tested.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I will be a bit more careful next time I see a Franco on enemy team.
With an Oni skin, yeah.
Oni skin.
In terms of range and in terms of hitbox as well, it's a little bit slightly bigger, which is weird.
But did force the flicker out of Yamikaze, so that's a good opening. Oh, Azu shows up. Already level 4. Gotta be really careful. I mean, he's just gonna go right in. Just a bit of a chip damage onto both Yamikaze and Lord Riki, but can't find a finisher. Not yet.
Well, seems to be. It is going to be a little bit of a slow push coming from both sides. Both teams playing very respectfully from each other. Meanwhile, Teddy Cutie is going to get harassed by this carry. And now, finally, they set up the Estes on towards the gold lane, making sure that this gold lane is going to be able to solidify this fight. And this carry is going to have one of the best times of their life. And this is the perfect game for them to actually play this slow coming from Aero 404. Turtle will be started off from the side of Goodfellas. They're setting up the position so far. Meanwhile, Lord Riki is already up there to contest the bottom side. And they're a little bit afraid, and which is weird considering that they should be able to contest this, but Turtle being pulled in, but the hook comes in, it is gonna connect, and Yamikaze gonna be taking a little bit too much damage, but the heals from Estes will keep him alive. Saber gonna keep him in check, but at the same time, they just don't have the damage, but eventually BRCD will get the first blood onto his Natsu on the sides instead.
Azu actually missing that Electro final blow, but this Turtle still within chances of stealing it. No, can't get it. Azu loses his life. A good attempt from Goodfellas nonetheless though, and the hook bit out of range. While all of that was happening, Teddy QT is having a field day up top, just cashing in on that turret shoe.
Oh, feels good. That's a feels good moment right there. He just got his corrosion side 3 minutes in the game. This is one of the fastest timings so far we've seen. Pretty sure he did not go for the shoes, I guess, as Goodfellas is going to be farming his way through. So I guess in this kind of scenarios, Error 404 is going to try and double down on the marksman lane once again. He's roaming here.
Yeah, Cloven shows up, but just it's the timing a bit
Oh,
off.
no.
Sorry, team. Ooh, so close. Yamikaze almost walked into that one.
That was just a pixel off. Like, it's
Honestly.
so unfortunate. So very unfortunate. He needed a kill in that process as well. But it seems like both sides just playing it slow, playing it very, very carefully as well. Based on this fight, in terms of itemization as well, we do see the Moto Nasus pick up coming from Ricky, potentially going for a dominance as well. But also another corrosion side pickup coming in from 4 Secret. So this is going to be a mirror marksman fight up. But on contrast as well, Teddy QT will lose in terms of mobility until he builds up some serious attack speed, which we would most likely see in a couple of like 2 to 3 more items progression. This is where Goodfellas, he is gonna rely on Teddy QT. So Arrow 4-4 once again, trying to make a setup, try and punish Teddy QT. Unfortunately, they do scout out this rotation, so Goodfellas will be a-okay. Dawning Light being expended as well, to going for a couple of bush checks here and there. But Arrow 4-4, they're looking for fights, but they just can't. It's very difficult to do so. But no, Clovens, he steals the Bloody Hunt instead from DeFranco.
Yeah, and while that was happening, Natsu also got pushed out from lane as well. They're actually gonna try and engage with the Archive, just pinning this Soriamtin into the wall. An easy kill, just in time for the turtle to spawn. And the best part is 4 Secret now, he's 2-0. Gifted both kills throughout the game, and now Turtle goes over to Arrow 404. Lead continues to extend.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very convincing fight as well coming from Arrow 4. They will take the Turtle as well. And this is actually the dream game for this Estes, right? You think about it, level 6, barely enough kills. The economy-wise still 50-50s, 1k in their favor. This is the perfect game for Arrow 404. Meanwhile, Soriamtin looks for the hook once again. Doesn't seem to connect once again. And this is not good at all, considering that he needs to be starting to hit those insane hooks. But eventually, when it comes to Franco, it's not about all the hooks that miss. Because one right hook will completely change the fight in your favor.
It's just the simple nature of these kind of heroes, right? You can miss 10 hooks, but if you land on one that does count, that's all you need. BRCD has been uncontested so far. Right? He got he was the one who got the first blood solo kill into Natsu. Right now, he's gonna get gone on. Dawning Light piercing through, but man, 4 Secret.
That's huge. That's huge.
Completely destroying this Esmeralda.
Yeah, very smart as well. But now Hanzu is going to go in for the wave clear as well. He's going to be a little bit of an awkward position. Heavy Sweep comes in, trying to isolate Franco, but they need to make quick catch coming from Clover Z as well. And just like that, Goodfellas, the losing members left, right, front, and center. Arrow 404 now with 4 Secret, 3-0-1. Just got his golden staff. This carry is going to hit like a truck. Perfect timing for Arrow 404 as well, considering that they went for the lane swap as soon as Natsu hit his level 7 up top. And they know for a fact that now Natsu is going to be having an okay time against Teddy QT in terms of itemization, in terms of damage output. He's got the Clock of Destiny as well. So it's all about mirroring themselves. In this case, Teddy QT needs to be a little bit more careful because this Phobius is looking for those dives soon.
And I mean, Soriamtin still can't find the hooks. 4 Secret getting out of control. Golden Staff, Corrosion Side. That's 2 very big core items completed. 3-0-1. The turtle spawns, and I don't think Goodfellas can contest this. Azu seems like he wants to try, but is there a way out? He's gonna try with the final cut. Electro steals the turtle! Gets pinned into the wall, but there's no follow-up damage to take him out.
This is going to be tough considering how things are happening here. But based on how the item is coming in here, we do see Enchanted Talisman already purchased from the Starboy. So Starboy needs to slowly build on with the Xavier, and that is where the Xavier's damage is going to completely turn the tides for them. And for now, it's all about stalling. And Arrow 4-4, their power spike just hits a little bit earlier and faster, but now when the hook comes in, it connects on Yamikaze, and however, they just don't have the damage to follow through. Two very beefy heroes, but Yamikaze will be able to survive this now, flickering backwards. Force Secret comes in, Dawning Light not going to be able to come back.
The stolen Franco out!
The stolen Franco out comes in, they get the catch, and Azu will be completely chunked through, and Arrow 4-4, they will survive this, and Goodfellas now on the back seat, and they have to back out.
They just don't have damage. I thought that at least they would kill Yamikaze, but if he survives, that's it. And the hook, but doesn't really matter. Teddy QT is the victim. Pinned into the wall. The Wisdom Age to stay alive. Ultimate finally goes right off. The Dawning Light piercing through two members of Arrow 4-4 in the mid lane. The turret goes down, but Nasu might die as well. For Secret is gone. The 4-Minute ultimate not enough. As Cloven, he was something. Able to trade Teddy QT back, but Goodfellas finally find a good fight.
Oh, good play coming from Arrow 4-4. They were able to capitalize on this, but as soon as I say that, we talk about the biggest, fattest hook. That's gotta be the biggest, fattest hook for Goodfellas to keep things alive. Things would have looked over if he did not clutch it, and fortunately for him, he was able to equalize the score. And this time, Goodfellas, they will have the economy lead in their favor.
Yeah, what a team fight, honestly. I mean, Arrow 4-4 went for the dive. Would have worked out if they just killed off Teddy QT, but he got his ultimate off in time. The mid-tier one still stands. He's gonna go down with just a gust of a wind, but now Lord spawns. Most important part of the game, but unfortunately for Goodfellas, they're not remotely close. Hook expanded as well, so Arrow 4-4 will get a free Lord.
Yeah, this is going to be the Lord coming in. Starboy still needs a couple more items before he can actually pop off. In this case, he's very close to his Lightning Trunkin, and once that comes in, this is where you will see the power of Xavier coming in. BRCD now going to be checked in with the heavy spin. He will be forced to go in for the Storm move, Forting Star move to back out. But he's going to be okay. But Arrow 4-4, they still have the Lord in their favor, so he's going to be good for now.
And you see Azu, he's just buying as much time as possible. Sees Yamikaze, doesn't have the damage to kill him off. And now Nasu, oh, he's around. Azu needs to get out of it. So far, the Lord in Arrow 4-4's favor is going to try and start shoving down that top wave. And Arrow 4-4 just making sure that Goodfellas are not able to intercept it early. You can see that they have both Yamikaze and Force Secret in the top, on the top side as well.
Very, very difficult situation to be in here, especially for Goodfellas. But Arrow 4-4, they need to find a couple pickoffs here. They still have Azu going for the split push here to try and draw aggression. Unfortunately, Arrow 4-4, they're not taking the bait. Double down on the Lord instead. So, Goodfellas, they have to hunker down into his base until this 1-1 hits those level 14s. Hook comes in, doesn't connect. So, no hook available. Arrow 4-4 in prime position to take this tier 3 heavy spin to isolate the fight. But no, they're going for the dive. They pick off Teddy QT, and that is huge. They get another one as well. They completely collapse on Goodfellas, and just like that, they lose more. They might lose even another one as well. The hook comes in, and that's going to be a triple kill for Force Secret. However, he's taking a little bit too much damage, but he somehow survives it all. He gets the quad as well, and that is gonna be the full team wipe as Arrow 4-4 wins game number 3, and he will advance.
I just gotta say, man, Force Secret, my MVP of the entire series, game 2 and 3, absolutely carrying his entire team. Brody in game 2, carry on game 3. And this, I mean, Goodfellas just completely ran over. One fell swoop was all you need, and that was kind of a unanimous call, right? Lord is up, take the Lord, run it down, and they literally ran it down.
Oh my goodness, like, oh, it's so difficult to watch this as well, considering that they needed Teddy QT to pop off, but if Teddy QT was the first one to be caught off, it's going to be a completely different story, and Arrow 4-4 somehow manages to find all these opportunities here, and even with the Franco Z hooks, it was so very difficult. And yeah, this is where things got a little bit south as well, because as soon as Teddy QT does not have a second skill, you can see Lord Ricky immediately jumps and pins him in one, takes him out of the equation, and there was just nothing Goodfellas could have done. So GG, well played to Goodfellas. However, Arrow 4-4, they will advance, and Goodfellas will be eliminated here and there.
Yep. And unfortunately, Goodfellas, this is the end of the run for them. For Arrow 4-4, they not only survives, but they have also booked the spot in the Challenge Group stage, and now they're in contention for the prize pool for the Open Finals, and we'll see more of them in the Challenge Group stage, regardless. But man, what can I say? One of the fastest games we have today, and For Secret, ultimate MVP.
Yeah, he actually managed to get an unofficial Maniac before he actually died off, if I'm not mistaken. But the power of carry, man, this is why carry should be first pick to a certain degree. It just brings so much value, it just brings so much damage in terms of team fights. And GG well played, because that's how you should be playing Aztec composition. You make sure your marksman gets the biggest, fattest farm of his life, and time again for Secret. He was only died once, but nevertheless, compared to Teddy QT, he was just struggling to get farm after farm. But well done, GG well played to Arrow 4-4.
And For Secret died once, but that one time was before he got the Maniac, so
yeah,
doesn't count. The game ends right then and there. And all things considered, I think Goodfellas draft is also, we're looking at the Franco to really start some plays, take initiative, but we can see that every time Arrow 4-4 sees the hook go wide, they just
dive.
take that cooldown and they dive. It is so tough. It's just kind of a very linear gameplay that is easily punished. Let's take a look at our MVP from the series. Of course, it's For Secret, no questions about it.
Yeah, For Secret played really well in all these games as well. His marksmen were really on point. His final game here is completely carried the entirety of the tempo of his team here. He was able to get freebies after freebies with his light wheels. Was able to get a very early corrosion scythe as well as a golden staff into his fight prior to all these engagements here. 9.9 KDA, kill participation of 85.5%, pretty much almost there in every single fight in this final fight. 777 GPM as well.
Yeah, just hitting the jackpot while he's at it. One of the few marksman players you gotta watch out. Obviously, it's a very small sample size. We had 6 series that ran in the background today, but one thing is for sure, this player is someone that you should be feared. Maybe this is one of the lower bracket runs that we can look forward to in the coming days. For now, Arrow 4-4, they get to celebrate the rest of the evening knowing that they have done just enough to qualify.
Exactly. However, all things considered, it has been a fun day so far here for the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL Mobile Legends Bang Bang provision, and at the same time, it's fun having you to cast along as well, especially on a very, very lovely red Valentine's Day for today.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's great being back. I think the last time was what, 3-4 years ago. It's been a long time. But all that being said, it's not the worst way to celebrate Valentine's. Honestly, I think that this just adds to the flavor. Welcome Mobile Legends to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is definitely a very big surprise, but also a very lovely title to have. We gotta take a look at the updated bracket at the end of the evening. Evo Esports against GameLab tomorrow. Sway Esports against PB and Strike. And in the lower bracket, Arrow 4-4, who just beat Goodfellas 2-1, they will take on Tiger Wong Esports, and ALVA 8 will take on Miracle Gaming, which means we wave goodbye to Team RENO, BUTWHY, TUPAI, Esports Z, and Goodfellas.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit unfortunate journey here. Thank you guys so much for participating with us. But as of yet, these are your top 8 pretty solid drafts as well. I want to see them going to be duking out tomorrow's game so far. So I'm looking forward to see how tomorrow's game is going to look like. But we did catch a little bit of glimpse on how all the players are going to be looking like as well. There's a lot of different approaches all around the world in this country to fight this. But now, this is going to be the best of 3 as well tomorrow at same time, same place, 7:20 GMT plus 8. We are going to be having first match here with Evo going up against GameLab, whereas the second match is going to be Sway going up against PBN. Yeah,
this is going to be lovely. Both upper bracket semi-finals match. This is the fight for top 4, and that means that teams that loses tomorrow, they're not out just yet. They will just drop down to the lower bracket. We're in for a treat. At least we can save the heartbreak for another day. And for now, it will be an absolute lovely game. Well, tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah.
After Valentine's. But with that out of the way, we gotta thank one of our partners one more time for making this possible. Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast. So continue to bleed green with Monster Energy and check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yep, and at the same time, I'm gonna be unleashing the beast later on when I go home. We've about 1 more hour, and I'm gonna take a little bit of sip as well because we have a very, very long day today. And I hope you guys enjoyed yourself, and I will love to share my experience with you guys. Unfortunately, that is my personal life, not yours.
Don't worry, I will unleash the beast in my ranked games tonight because I am on my way to Mythical Glory. I'm very close to it. I'll see if I can do it tonight. I'll update you guys tomorrow of the results. But with that being said, that is the end of this day. It's been a great way to open the curtains for the first season of Snapdragon Pro Series for Mobile Legends. Bang bang, we have more coming tomorrow, same time. But for now, my name is Husky, he's Icy Baby. On behalf of everyone else, we wish you guys a great night. We'll see you guys tomorrow for another day of Mobile Legends action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky, but already emotional. Working devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride.
Many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Hey, boom! Put your lighters up, represent it where you're from. If you're a child of Zion, marching forward till thy kingdom come. To all the old and the young stars.